Very much for appearing today. I declare open this public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Defence Subcommittee in relation to its inquiry into the Department of Defence Annual Report 2023-24. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I do welcome now the witnesses to give evidence today from the Department of Defence. Can I just firstly say, for the Hansard record, once I've finished this statement, please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Defence Committee. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter, may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now ask for the witnesses just to state their names and the capacity in which they appear today, and I'll after that invite you to make an opening statement. So, in any order?
Emily Hilda, I'm First Assistant Secretary, Advanced Strategic Capabilities Accelerator.
Thank you.
Chris Devil, Deputy Secretary of Capability Acquisition and Sustainment Group.
Thanks, Chris.
Jim McDowell, Deputy Secretary, Naval Shipbuilding and Sustainment.
Morning.
Rear Admiral Andrew Quinn, representing Chief of Joint Capability.
Thank you.
Cohen Harvey, Acting First Assistant Secretary for Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance Group.
Okay, well, can I just ask then for if there is an opening statement to be made?
No,
You're not happy with that? Okay, well, look, I just wanted to indicate first on the record that, firstly, thank you, as I say, for being here, but we were disappointed we received the submission from the department this morning, which is not conventional, and it's usually provided before earlier than that before a public hearing. Having said that, the bulk of the work, of course, provided and delivered by you is the actual the matter in which we're inquiring into, which of course is the annual report. And but I just need to state on the record, members have not had sufficient time to look at the very brief summary, and we just ask in future, if possible, for that submission to be provided earlier, so that we don't have to reschedule or move this item to another time of the public hearing. But having said that, we are pleased you're here, and we want to go to some of the matters that are outlined in the report and also are touched upon in the submission we received this morning. And my first question, I'll leave for the witnesses to determine who's to answer it. How is Defence monitoring sovereign industrial progression against key outcomes sought? Is the first question. Thanks, Mr. Deeble.
Yeah, Chair, thank you very much, and I do apologise for getting that report late, and I'll make sure that that doesn't happen again in the future.
Thank you.
From a defence perspective.
Thank you.
The sovereign defence industry base and the sovereign defence industry priorities are called out in the Defence Industry Development Strategy. That is the methodology by which we were looking at evolving the defence need for industry outcomes into the future. One of the areas that we are concentrating on is getting better metrics around how we track sovereign defence industry outcomes in that context. There are a number of mechanisms that we currently use for tracking those outcomes. We use the AUSTender mechanism. There's a lot of data in there that is useful for us tracking that. We also work closely with Austrade in understanding how we do business in that regard, and especially with Team Defence Australia, which is our support to industry overseas, very closely linked to Austrade. We use some of the ABS data, but it is in aggregate, and it's often difficult to get the defence dimension out of that. But it is important to be able to look at the Australian industry base and defence within that context. There are a number of mechanisms that we do use, some that will need to be improved into the future. So we do track AIC. AIC is currently determined on a project by project basis, and there are plans that come with each of the projects in that regard. There was a recent ANAO report that identified that we need to be better at tracking those AIC outcomes. And we are looking at AIC policy in that regard, and we may adopt a different approach so that we can better measure the performance.
Right.
The other area that we do track the details in is the Global Supply Chain Program.
Yeah.
So the Global Supply Chain Program is unique to Australia in many regards because we pay primes to actually go and engage with our sovereign defence industry base, and in particular sovereign defence industry priorities around how they engage in supply chains and leverage them back into their supply chains. So that particular program we've recently expanded from 7 companies to now 13 companies. We're working closely now with the ASA, the Australian Submarine Agency, looking at those nuclear elements and working through that. We do, and probably the last point I'll make is the Defence Industry Grants Program. We are tracking, of course, the status of each one of those grants and how they're applied, and that again goes to supporting sovereign defence industry priorities as well.
Okay.
I hope that gives you a broad view.
That helps. That provides some assistance to the committee. You mentioned the role of primes, which of course are absolutely invaluable, and they're linked to very much to the goals that are outlined in the report. You'd also touched on at the beginning, Mr. Siebel, the looking at better metrics to measure. Now, firstly, with respect to primes, which I have a high regard for, their expertise and the scale of them provide much needed support, but that we have to also be mindful of the conflict that potentially arises of a private company wanting to provide advice to Defence or the Department of Defence and ensure that it does so in a way, and we need to measure what they say and what advice they're providing or what information they provide us. We have to make sure that whatever perceived conflict of interest they may have in expanding their own business or market share of our defence assets and production are taken into account. I mean, firstly, the perception of a conflict, even though they are experts in this area, how do we avoid or how do we mitigate against the risks of that happening? Or how do they go about providing information and cooperating in a way that we can be assured is not in their self-interest? And in terms of the metrics, you said you're looking at better metrics. Have you got any? I mean, you've listed a whole array of organisations, bodies like ABS, Austrade, Austender, and programs. In terms of metrics, in terms of improving the way we measure outcomes, are there international standards or other countries that use different types of approaches to measure these outcomes that we're looking at, or are there things that we are developing domestically?
So there's a number of things that I'm looking at. Setting up an industrial intelligence capability is part of that. We've gone and looked at how the UK does business. There's a very tight coupling in the UK between their industry base and small to medium enterprise. They have an industrial intelligence function that uses artificial intelligence. Some of that gets subsidised from industry, but also then supports government in that regard. We're already in contract with a company that will provide some of that artificial intelligence and machine learning that will support that. That will be an important tool for us. Capturing the data, though, becomes really important. So we're looking at the databases that we can tap into to be able to do that. One in particular I just raised is JOSCAR. It's used by a number of the primes.
What's that called?
JOSCAR, I apologise.
Is that an acronym?
It's an acronym, and I will try and get you the use of that. But a large number of companies, primes and small to medium enterprise input into that. Sitting in that is a lot of data that relates to that. And of course, when you apply artificial intelligence and machine learning, getting that data becomes really important. I'm also looking at, having been in industry, the approved supplier lists of most of those primes becomes an important source. So we're hoping to see that through databases like JOSCAR, but we will be seeking from primes a better understanding of what their supply chain looks
Can
like.
you just explain the composition of? You don't have to give me the outline of what JOSCAR stands for if you're not. But how does it comprise? How is it?
So it's
what's its composition?
It's an organisation that goes and seeks information from companies.
Yep.
They basically accumulate that into a database. That database can be interrogated and used to glean information.
Yep.
There would be some sponsorship from industry, and they'd get the benefit of that data. We're looking at tapping into it. We'll buy access to the database, and we'll use that to be able to better interrogate what the marketplace look like, what the opportunities are, what technology readiness levels might exist for evolving technology or otherwise. So that will become an important tool for us. I hope that in the latter half of this year, from now into the latter half of next year, we'll activate that tool set. That will better inform defence. We've also agreed that we will work closely with peak bodies like the AIG Group, the Australian Industry Group.
Yep.
There's a defence dimension of that. Also AIDEN, which is the Australian Industry Defence Network.
Yep.
They are critical sources for us. We will try to develop dashboards that can be used by them and by us, to better guide how we work with industry. So I think the use of the technology, the use of the data that we have, including potentially the use of data that we have within defence that we don't interrogate properly, will be an important source for us. But I want to continue to get, and part of the requirement for us under the annual report is to have clear metrics about industry outcomes. I think 7.1 is the area, so we're now working with the ANAO on what sort of data, what is the source of the data, what is the veracity of the data that we're using, and how will we best use that to inform going forward. I think the only other thing I would add, Chair, is that the Defence Industry Development Strategy will be updated on a 2-yearly basis with the National Defence Strategy and the Integrated Investment Plan. The goal is that would be released in around early second quarter of 2026. The aim is that we will have far better metrics around, the percentage of Australian industry outcomes achieved in buys, the nature of the industry base we're supporting through Team Defence Australia, the global supply chain or otherwise. So that will be important to see that as part of the next DIDS, and that will then guide how we're working and thinking about sovereign defence industry priorities and the sovereign defence industry base.
Okay, I just have one other question before I hand over to Mr. Wallace. Can I just ask again, and you've touched on some of these, so if you don't need to repeat anything that's in the answer, but in terms of updating this committee on the status of the Australian Military Industrial Base, can we just, and again, it doesn't have to just go to you. There's other people here you may wish to also refer to the supply chain security, assurance, and resilience. As one item that obviously is critical for our sovereign capability, the integration of emerging technologies into our acquisition and sustainment activities. Again, it's a key feature of the goals of that are outlined in the report. Excuse me. And what are the major challenges to achieving the delivery of our sovereign defence industrial priorities? Again, you've touched on some of those, but if you needed to add anything, please do. In so far as those challenges are concerned, how do you feel we're tracking? What are the obstacles? What are the opportunities? Are we effectively heading in the right direction on those matters? And I know that's a very, very wide-reaching set of questions, so I understand if they're high-level answers, and we can get into we've got other members who will perhaps want to go to some of those matters in more detail.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and I'll try and get through that, and I will call on Jim and Emily in terms of some of the issues you talked about emerging technology. But I think with respect to supply chain security and supply chain resilience, they're a big focus for us with respect to the DIDS and how we're moving forward. There is a bit of work that needs to be done in terms of uplifting in the security space. That's why the grants program has now a security thread to it, and that will be important. I think the latest statistics, we're sitting at about in excess of 95% of the companies that we have in Australia, in particular small to medium enterprise, are still at the entry level. And given the cyber threat, the foreign interference and those issues that are now becoming more and more prevalent, it will be important that we uplift our industry base with respect to supply chain security and supply chain resilience. So we're doing a lot of work in that regard. We can look through use of artificial intelligence into supply chain security. We currently use a tool called Snap, which allows us to look at supply chain aspects in that regard, but we need to strengthen that. And we'll do that through a couple of mechanisms, through our contracting frameworks and obligations on primes to better manage that supply chain security and supply chain resilience as we're moving forward. I mentioned before rethinking AIC, the Australian Industry Capability and the global supply chain, and bringing those closer together because the two are related. And thinking about how we levy those responsibilities on primes. And I didn't mention this statistic before, but about 70% of the work for small to medium enterprise will naturally come through primes. So we've got to continue to encourage primes to behave appropriately, not to treat, as you talked about, M&A activity just because a company's performing well, that's now a target for them in that regard. But I will ask Jim in a second to be able to comment on that, because I think naval shipbuilding is a real microcosm of how we're going to have to manage some of these issues moving forward. With respect to emerging technology, I'll make a couple of points and then ask Emily to step in here as well. I think the important thing around the change within defence is actually thinking about pull-through of capability. Part of the problem with our previous attempts to look at innovation is that often that was looked at in isolation from what defence actually needed. The key thing with respect to the DIDs, and if you look closely into each one of the sovereign defence industry priorities, there's a capability manager assigned and a delivery manager assigned to every one of those SDIPs, with a view that those capability managers and delivery managers will be responsible for delivering on the SDIP outcomes. And in some cases it might have other shared responsibilities underneath that, but CASG features heavily in the majority of those. Jim, of course, has responsibility for the naval shipbuilding, and of course Cohen, Leon Phillips, Air Marshal Leon Phillips has responsibility for GUIO in particular in that regard. So that view of having capability managers and delivery managers now directly responsible for the growth of that is an important change. I think the other thing that Emily can talk to in the context of ASCA is it is about if the innovation that we're seeking to do under the ASCA framework is meant to be pulled through to capability. So again, the assignment early in the life of an innovation program that relates specifically to what's the capability manager, what's the delivery manager, what's the program that we're going to use to pull that through. Now, the journey through innovation, industrialisation into capability pull-through will also need an export dimension. Part of the problem for Australia is just meeting the ADF demand is not enough. So to get to scale and to make business more viable over the longer term, you need to get to scale, in which case export becomes an important part of that equation. So when we look at ASCA, getting the innovation program right needs a problem statement and a mission outcome, which is owned then by a capability manager. The authority for that comes through the Joint Force Authority, BCDF, but there will be a capability manager. And the project that will be pulled through to, or the program of work, will be a delivery manager. So now you get that commitment, the prototyping through the innovation phase, the industrialisation, you've got people with the catcher's mitt to pull it through. And what we're trying to do is work closely with ASCA to set those programs up for success, to avoid valleys of death where innovation falls off, is to make sure it can be treated as a continuum, including as export potential.
Just before we go to, so like Austrade would play an important role opening up export opportunities for companies here to provide, as you say, through hopefully innovation, research and development, a product in the defence field, that would be, you know, something that the certain countries may wish to buy.
Yeah.
And that's that then. And if you increase the market, you increase the possibility of the scale of an enterprise in this country, which makes it more sustainable.
Yeah, and one of the key threads in the DIDs is the development of that mid-tier layer. So we'd normally talk about three tiers. Yeah. Tier 1 would be primes. You know, it's hard to characterise this fully, but you know, I'll give you a view that would be companies that are capable of systems integration, that would have reach back to broader technology in a global context. That's one layer. At the moment, we don't have any Australian primes, you know, that are capable of doing that, and they are represented by landed entities here in Australia, from the US, the UK, Europe, and more recently from Korea. The second layer is the layer that we want to concentrate on. The third tier is small to medium enterprise. That would be characterised by the ABS as companies of less than 200 people. We're looking under the DIDs and the refinement of the DIDs of getting a better definition of what that tier 2 looks like. And I think there's three dimensions there. One is the capability that we're seeking. So that would be not complex, but maybe complicated integration of systems and subsystems. And then there would be component manufacture. So a company like Morand, you know, builds trolleys for the Joint Strike Fighter. They also build, you know, components, and they would satisfy you know, the tier 2 layer. But we've got to get better definitions around what that means, and that will be about investments in research and development. And Jim can talk to some of this very well as well. Longer term viability, you know, investments that they're making in the growth of the company and otherwise. So we want to grow that tier 2 layer. We want to get that more sustainable and more resilient into the future, and we want that tiering layer to work with small to medium enterprise tier 2 right up to the primes in a much more integrated way. We're not there yet, you know, and we need to continue to develop that. But I might throw to Jim first on you know, view from a naval shipbuilding perspective.
So when we've just published the naval shipbuilding plan, sort of the last knockings of December, which has a number of horizontal efforts in it to try and raise the capability across the country and across the industry. The biggest single choke point in that is workforce. So, and you need workforce for the supply chain. So it's
mean skills?
Yeah. So you need workforce, and you need workforce that are both skilled, are skilled, qualified, and experienced. And that's why we use the term SQUEP. So, you know, one of the things that when you're doing any complex systems engineering, whether it be on an aircraft or ship or a joint system or a guided weapons, is you need all three elements of that. And in order to get, there's only one way you can skill people up and you can qualify them, but there's only one way to get experience, and that's actually doing it. And being able to build that capability from quite a small core is going to be the difficulty, the difficult track. It's not an impossible track, but it's a difficult track for us. So we are focusing particularly on workforce. And although the ships are going to be built in either Henderson or in Adelaide, the supply chain will be diverse throughout the country, so we'll need to have workforce. And the other thing to bear in mind just is when you think about workforce and supply chain, don't think always about acquisition. So most of our people are employed in sustainment. And if you take somewhere between a quarter and a third of a whole life of a programme is on acquisition, the other 3/4 or 2/3 is on sustainment.
Makes sense.
Right? So, and that also gives you a nice, sustainment tends to be, it's a bit of a bathtub, okay? So it starts off high because you've got, it's like your new car or your new house, you find all the snags, and then it sort of settles down, and then as it gets towards the end of life, it goes up again. You can see that in the submarines, for example. But the thing about sustainment is it does give you this really solid underpinning for the workforce. We've got to still fully understand the workforce needs, and we have let a contract with, as it happens, the University of Adelaide, which is different than Adelaide University, by the way. So with the University of Adelaide to do some aggregation of workforce needs, projections, skills, where we need them, when we need them. And the Commonwealth needs to do that, because particularly the primes don't like to share information with each other, which is understandable. So they prefer to have a trusted person in the middle who can aggregate that information, can make it not particular to one and give you a demand. And we're just starting that work now to do that. So if you were to ask me, workforce, and the thing about resilience, so you've got two competing priorities. You've got speed to capability, and the quickest way to do that is just go and buy something. Right? And you've got industrial resilience, so that you can support it, that you can build an industry yourself. Those two things are in tension.
They are in tension, and in fact you need to do both at the same time.
You need to do both at the same time.
Because you can't just stop purchasing assets from overseas when you haven't got the capability all the time. So and the difficulty then, isn't it, is how do we move more reliantly upon domestic production and sustainability, at a sufficient speed, so we're seeing an improved capacity to rely upon, to have sovereign capability, national capability, without exposing ourselves and making ourselves vulnerable because we've reduced our purchasing of assets.
So you're right. So if you take in a naval shipbuilding sense, Hunter's about resilience. So it's a long program, all going to be built here, expensive, you're starting a journey, you're having to tool up, you're having to train, you're having to do all of that. And then the general purpose frigate on this side, where we've gone out to the market and said, we want to buy 11 ships and we don't want to make any changes to at least the first 6. Right? We're going to build 3 somewhere else and the rest we're going to build here. And what's the mechanism by which you can convince me that you can do that transfer? So that you reduce the risk as much as possible. You won't get rid of it, but you kind of have to treat.
We may not have time today, and I want to go to Professor Hilda, but thank you for that. Other than to say, the variations on contracts, it's not a question of just vary or buy it off the shelf. It's how often do we vary? How come there's so many iterations in long-term defence contracts that baffle many people? But we don't have time to answer all those questions now. But I'm not seriously. I wasn't asking you to respond to the changes that occurred over the Hunter contract or other contracts for that matter. But so it's not just either or. It's about, even if we have to change it, do we have to keep changing it every time we get someone that takes responsibility for the contract? It seems like they want to put their signature, little fingerprints on this sort of soft concrete. It just seems that way. I might be wrong, but I want to go to Professor Hilda. You can come back and respond to those comments by mine a bit later. Can you just go on to the issues that Mr. Diebler wanted to touch on?
Absolutely. So, for context, ASCA commenced on the 1st of July 2023, so just over 18 months old, and with, as Mr. Diebler said, a relentless focus on how we can take emerging technology and pull it through to capability. So, for some overall context, since ASCA commenced, we've executed 90 contracts for over $232 million, and that has been across the full suite of activities. So from short-term innovation incubation activities, as we refer to them, to be able to move things very, very quickly in that 1 to 2 year time frame, through the major program of the missions, where our first Mission Zero, or Ghost Shark, has been successfully transitioned to Navy as the capability manager. And we've commenced our next mission, Blackthorn, through to thinking about the capability we know we're going to need in the future and the emerging and disruptive technologies we need to develop to be ready for that through our Emerging and Disruptive Technologies program. So thinking about it from a right now through to a 10-year time frame to make sure that we're building that base we need to be able to continuously evolve our capability and bring emerging technologies into it. The other thing too that Mr. Diebler mentioned was the importance of export, and I'd like to point to the AUKUS electronic warfare challenge that we did around that, where we put out the same challenge in Australia, in the UK and the US at the same time. We had 3 companies that were winners of that initial challenge here in Australia, and 2 of those, ADT and Penten, who was announced recently, have received follow-on contracts. What is exciting is about each of those countries is that through that challenge they identified linkages with companies that were winners in the US and the UK to be able to open that up as a potentially international opportunity. So we're really deliberately looking for opportunities to not only think about where we're supporting our industry here to be able to bring these emerging tech into capabilities, but also internationally. And I think I've got here something around some of our numbers here, that across ASCA's life to date, we've had 67 organisations that have received funding from ASCA. 53 of those are industry, right, of which only 3 are primes. Yeah. So the majority of that funding is going to SMEs and startups in order to really prime that base where we're seeing the greatest innovation. Yeah, that's a good stat.
Is that commercial in confidence, or can you provide those examples of those 60?
No, we can provide
that would be
information at the official level, yes.
Look at that. I might just... Mr Wallace, are you ready to kick off? I might just go to you if you wish.
I am on the starting blocks and ready to go, Chair.
Okay. Well, go, please go ahead and ask the witnesses questions that you have.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for your attendance this morning. Can I ask the group that are representing Defence this morning whether any of you were at the Aden conference in Parliament House towards the end of last year?
Yes, Mr Wallace, I was there.
I was there also, Mr Wallace.
Do you remember what the CEO, Brent Clark, said in his opening in the lecture theatre of Parliament House?
I wasn't there for his opening, but I did speak at the conference. But I'm happy, Mr Wallace, if you want to say that and I can comment on it.
Yeah, you can probably guess.
Well, I don't have a transcript, but in essence what he said was that unless Defence starts investing in more in SMEs, that the only people who would be in the room at the next AIDN conference next year would be in uniform. And that is emblematic of the sort of responses that I am hearing from SMEs, whether it be on the ground in business, whether it be at trade shows, like land forces. This is not just 1 or 2 SMEs that are telling me this. They are telling me that they are hemorrhaging money, that Defence is simply not supporting them, and it's the figures that Professor Hilda gave just a moment ago, 90 contracts, and I hope I heard you correctly and I'm not misquoting you, Professor Hilda, but you said that HASCA had provided funding of $230 million over 90 contracts, which according to my mathematics is an average of $2.5 million per contract. Are those figures correct?
Those figures are correct. Some of those contracts were small stage 1 contracts as part of a stage procurement process. We've given some quite large contracts, and as I've said, the majority of those contracts have been to SMEs, precisely as you say, because it is important that we're supporting that part of our industrial base.
So why is it that SMEs in the defence sector, and I can't overstate this, they are en masse telling me, and I'm sure they spoke with Shane at Land Forces as well, that they are bleeding money, and that unless there's some significant changes to the way Defence operates, that they just won't be in business, or worse, perhaps not worse, but equally as bad, that they will just have to exit the defence sector and go back to whatever they were doing. Does Defence acknowledge that there's a problem here?
Yeah, Mr Wallace, I understand that small to medium enterprise in particular is suffering at the moment, and this is a function of projects and the project life cycle and project approvals at the end of the day, and that new work. So there's a lot of extant work, and I can give you the stats, for example, and happy to provide these now. You know, there's $9 billion that goes to the sovereign defence industry base here in Australia. You know, represents 54% of all acquisitions, and $13 billion, and this was for 23-24, in sustainment. So that's roughly 79% of sustainment. So you could imagine for extant programs that makes sense. You know, we buy FMS case, we buy other things overseas, so there is going to be a balance there to be struck with acquisition. And there is...
Just Mr. Deeble, can I just pick you up on that though?
Yep.
In that figure of $9 billion for sovereign defence, do you include...
It would...
hang on, just let me finish. Do you include primes that are international primes but have an Australian presence?
Yes, we do by definition. So page 3 of the DIDS talks about those primes being recognised as part of the sovereign defence industry base. It also talks about ABN, and we can track that data using ABNs for those landed entities here in Australia. So it does.
So if you include the $9 billion and then you wrap the $13 billion into sustainment, because that's on top of the 9, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Yep. So we're talking about $22 billion in sovereign work that is provided to Australian businesses, including international primes with an office here. How much of that, if you take those primes, you know, the Lockheed Martins, the Talises, if you take those international primes out of the equation, how much of that $22 billion is being spent on Australian businesses?
I don't have that data. That goes back to the point, you know, that the chair raised about getting that data to be much more definitive. I would be, I'll give you a rough estimate, which I'd need to go and confirm. I think that you're probably still looking at about 50% of that going to small to medium enterprise. But I'll do the work and have a look at that very closely, and we need that for the next outcome of the DIDS. As I said before, about 70% of the work that's undertaken by small to medium enterprise comes through that pathway. And we're doing the work to better understand exactly what that supply chain and what the revenues are in that context. It's a difficult question to answer, Mr. Wallace, without the data.
Okay, now happy for you to come back to the committee with that correct and researched information. You spoke, Mr. Deeble, about the 3 tiers. Third tier being, you know, local SMEs with 200 or less employees. The tier 1s, we all know what a tier 1 is, but that tier 2 seems to be a bit of a rubbery definition. What work is being done by Defence to upskill our tier 2s so that they can become a tier 1? And I'll give you an example, and it's an analogous example. And I'd like you to tell me whether you think it is possible in the defence sector, and if it is possible, what you're actually doing to make it happen. In Queensland, in fact, in Australia, we actually don't have any tier 1 Australian-owned construction companies, which is almost, you might say, surely that can't be right, but it is right. Now, to their credit, the former Labor state government had a push in their procurement rules that rewarded contracts for infrastructure projects which were designed so that the tier 1s had to joint venture with tier 2 companies to try and upskill those Australian tier 2 companies so that ultimately they could become a tier 1 company. Because we want tier 1 primes that are Australian owned. Can that sort of a thing be done in Australia, in the defence world? And if it can be done, what are we doing to put it into place?
So, Mr. Wallace, I think a very good example of that is the Joint Strike Fighter program. So we've just tipped over $4 billion Australian dollars worth of industry outcomes for the Joint Strike Fighter program, going over more than a decade, but it's a very significant approach. And effectively, we leveraged Australian industry right from the get-go. So in the early design phase and then through the production, sustainment and follow-on development MOU arrangements, we've continued to leverage that. And you can now see Australian components manufactured here in Australia as part of that. Now, I think if you go back in history and have a look at many of the companies that we now have as part of that very high end, producing quality outcomes in the aviation industry, many of those came out of automotive. So when the automotive industry changed, that was about the time that we were ramping up. So the Morans, the Ferrers, the Lovitts, the Levitts would have historically been in the automotive business. They're now, actively sitting in that Tier 2 layer, producing components at scale for the Joint Strike Fighter program. And now that's been leveraged more fulsomely, across that. So I think the answer is that we have done it before. I will throw to Jim about naval shipbuilding in particular, because I think that is very relevant given the significance of the naval shipbuilding and continuous naval shipbuilding into the future. We have done it before. We have been active in creating a very solid Tier 2 layer in some of those areas, and the heritage of those companies goes back to automotive. So we can build the skills, we can build the capability. Now, the sorts of things that we're doing at the moment is the grants program, some $170 million out to, I think, 27, 28. So that program now has 4 key elements to it. It's building capability and capacity, it's supporting in export, it's got a skilling component, and it's got a security component. So they're aimed at upskilling and supporting industry appropriately to build capacity and otherwise. We can't ignore some of the other work that's going across the whole of government. So the National Reconstruction Fund needs to be brought to bear and thought of in this context as well. But we have done it before, we can do it. The aspiration for a Tier 1 defence player, I think, is something that we should look at, but getting that will come from a solid Tier 2 layer. So focusing on building that first, and then how we would give opportunity, to that Tier 2 layer becomes the challenge for us as we move forward. This needs projects that we can exercise that appropriately. But I might throw to Jim.
But before you go to Mr. McDowell. I do want to keep you on the sticky paper here, because what small businesses are saying to me, and SMEs, and I have absolutely no doubt they're actually saying it to my colleagues as well, that defence is it's a very difficult beast to contract with. And this comes, I think, in part back to your comments earlier about the tension between supply chain security and not making it so impossibly difficult for SMEs to actually operate. But what SMEs are telling me and many of my colleagues is that they are being overlooked by defence, that defence are actually saying to them, great product, we like your product, but we would encourage you to enter into discussions about selling your product to an overseas prime, and then we'll have a look at you. Now, I am hearing that repeatedly from SMEs, and it concerns me greatly. Is this going on?
I think there's a couple of things that you've raised some very, very key and appropriate points, and small to medium enterprise does talk to me around those particular pressures. This is why the focus in ASCA is on capability pull-through. So we're trying to look and make sure you can do that. The best advertisement for an Australian small to medium enterprise going overseas, and we do that through Team Defence Australia, is to have an Australian customer. And I walk around the stands anytime I attend any of these shows, talking to all of the small to medium enterprise on the stand, and that is a common theme. You've rightly identified that, and we've got to get better at it. The approach that we've got for AUSPar is about that pull-through. So engagement with small to medium enterprise, a guaranteeing of being able to pull that through to capability is an underpinning theme of AUSPar at the end of the day. But you've rightly identified some areas that we must be better at in defence, and that there is some features, though, that I think are important in the DIDs. So as Mr McDowell identified, the industry base that we have here in Australia has to meet an Australian defence capability need. We may make choices to get that capability faster to buy from overseas, potentially through an FMS case or through other mechanisms, if it best meets that need. And we now talk about things like minimal viable capability. Part of the problem that we've had in the past is we have tried to be all things to all people and end up being a few things to some. And what the DIDS is talking about is better focusing our effort. I think from memory we had some 14 industry priority areas. The DIDS has actually cut that down to 7 areas to be much more specific about what that need is. And in the 7 sovereign defence industry priorities, we've actually given matrices across the life cycle and across components of where we want industry to be able to focus. And I think in the past we haven't been specific enough about where that defence need is and how industry best postures, to be able to support that. And I think, to your point, industry needs a couple of things. It needs a quick yes and a fast no. And sometimes what the industry offering is not going to meet that need. And we need to be able to better articulate that to industry quickly rather than leaving them on the stick and waiting for something that may never happen because there is no capability pull-through. You've identified a number of serious issues that we have to address as we're moving forward. And as we look at the iterations of the National Defence Strategy setting the imperative for defence in capability terms, the Integrated Investment Plan laying out the projects and programs of work that needs to be undertaken, and the DIDS giving the industry priorities of where we want our industry base to concentrate, that's the important part of the equation. And we need to give that specificity to industry, which I think we're lacking. And we are focusing on the next round of the DIDS, getting those sovereign defence industry priorities that are really aimed at small to medium enterprise with a bit more detail. But I'm certain Jim might have a view.
Can I just ask Mr McDowell to be relatively brief, but we do want to hear from you if that's okay.
Yeah, I don't have very much to add. The chance, so if I take the 2 questions, one, the SME question, Defence very rarely contracts with SMEs. It contracts with primes who contract with SMEs. By and large, there's maybe a small section where we might go and buy something like seaboats or direct from SME or slightly bigger. So we do rely very heavily on the primes making the business decisions with regard to not taking all the risk vertically to disperse that through their supply chain, which they tend to do. Then they get quite avaricious sometimes and decide they want to buy that company. And that's actually sometimes not a bad outcome for someone who started a company and worked at it for 20 years and he's suddenly getting someone paying a premium for it, because you never buy a company that doesn't have a premium. So there is a dynamic there. We do support through ASCA, and pretty well all of the grant systems that the department runs are aimed at SMEs. Right? Our biggest problem is this big hole in the middle to get people from there to there to there. And to become a prime needs a huge balance sheet. If you look at the people you're competing with, unless you're really, really specialised. So if I look like a country like Norway, with 5 million people, produce some of the best missiles in the world, because they've very, very clearly taken policy decisions and dispersed, if you like, incentive, whether it be money or training or facilities, to that industry. We spent 10 years, more than 10 years, only 10 years ago, buying off the shelf.
Yeah, so can I thanks for that. I mean, the point Mr Mollis is making is, and he used an example in construction, that a government, or in this case the Defence Department on behalf of the government, enters into a contract with a prime with a precondition, not just to acquire domestic companies, but actually work in relationship so they can build not only their skill capability but build their scale. Otherwise, we're never going to have sufficient tier 2s to get to a tier 1. And that's, I guess, the concern that this committee has, that it doesn't see that there's sufficient focus in building the capability of sovereign, of our domestic market to allow for a prime owned by Australia. That, to me, is the point that Mr Wallace is making quite clearly. And I have to say, many members of this committee share that concern, that even though I think things have moved forward, as Mr Deeble said and as you've confirmed and others have confirmed, I think our concern is that we don't see enough strategic planning to build capability locally. And yes, an acquisition of a viable company is a good thing for the people who set it up, and good luck to them for their innovation. But we don't want overseas primes just swallowing up domestic companies and never seeing a growth of our sovereign capability. Because sovereign capability is an asset in and of itself, beyond the assets we're acquiring. And if we don't get to that point, I think we're going to leave out this country exposed, frankly. And that's the concern of this committee. That's the concern and the line of questioning of Mr Wallace. I look, and I'm having now made a bit of a speech. I might have to move on to, if you don't mind, Mr. Andrew, if I can pass on to Mr. Newman if he's got questions. And there are other members of the committee now on. They were on almost from the beginning, I should say, but I was made aware. Mr. Gavin Pearce and Ms. Meryl Swanson, who are also in attendance. But I will go to Mr. Newman and then Mr. Zapier, Mr. Pearson, and if Ms. Swanson has questions, I'll go to her. But we have got very little time. We might move beyond 10 o'clock to a little bit later to provide people some questions. Shane.
Yeah, Brendan, thanks. In the interest of time, I'll ask 3 questions that I was going to put together, and that might help facilitate. And they all relate to fuel security, and it comes out of the submission we received today. The first question is, the government's investing, it's got here $3.7 to $4.8 billion over the decade. Can you explain the difference? $1.1 billion is a massive difference there. And it relates to improvements and enhancements in fuel holding, storage and distribution capabilities. So I'd like you to explain the discrepancy of $1.1 billion. And the second thing is, tell us about the issues and challenges with the Defence Fuel Resilient Program and how that's going. And finally, I'm interested in this National Fuel Council, which we hear a bit about from time to time. How often does it meet? Who are the participants? Does industry and the states and territories take it seriously? And what does it do? Because it's supposed to have a national approach to resilience of Australian fuel supply. But I'm really keen to know what that particular council does.
Mr. Newman, thank you very much for the question. We don't have any specific expertise at the table today, but I will undertake to take that on notice and then we will get you a response. It fits within Joint Logistics Command and their specific responsibilities. So unfortunately, Jim, myself and Rear Admiral Quinn wouldn't have that detail for you.
Okay, so just in relation to that...
Can I make this point, Chair?
Go ahead.
Brendan, if that's okay.
You go ahead, mate. Yep.
Yeah, look, we got a submission late here, and you've got a number of paragraphs in it. Why isn't anyone here to answer those questions? I don't think that's an unreasonable response by me on this.
Yeah, so Mr. Newman is referring to matters from a submission that we were provided this morning just before the hearing commenced. And therefore, I guess.
And then no one turns up can answer the question.
It would be logical to assume there'd be someone to answer questions in the submission provided this morning.
I apologise for that again, Chair.
Look, in relation to that information needs to be provided to the Secretariat. The information that Mr. Deeble's committed to providing by Friday the 7th of March, just for your information. Shane, do you want to ask further questions? Or another question?
I had 3 questions all related to my topic.
We'll make sure.
That submission this morning.
No, I don't
think it's good enough that we should be treated that way. I think it's disrespectful to the committee process.
Yeah.
Chair, can I just jump in there and just ask a supplementary question, which I think might be helpful to Mr. Newman as well?
Sure.
How much of that money that he referred to, the 3.5 to whatever it was $billion, is that just Australian commitment, or does that include US commitment to fuel storage in our northern bases? And I'm happy for them to take that on notice, but how much of that, if any, is US money? And if it's not US money, how much are the US, by comparison, are spending on fuel storage in our northern bases or elsewhere?
It's Andrew, it's Shane here. According to the submission, it's our money, federal government money, and $3.7 to $4.8 billion over a decade. So it's the federal government money, and there's a big discrepancy in the amount.
Yeah.
And there's no extrapolation of what it actually means.
Yeah, it'd be good to get a reading on what the US, by comparison, is spending on fuel storage in Australia.
Okay, that could be added to the supplement. That could be a supplement to the question on notice that we need by the 7th.
Thanks, Chair.
March. Now, I might just go to Mr. Zapier. And yeah.
Thanks, Brendan. I'll try to be brief. Just on that last issue, the Public Works Committee is dealing with a whole range of applications for fuel storage capacity improvements across Australia, and that's on the agenda of another committee. Right. My question really is to Jim, and it's if he could give us a very brief update on how the Naval shipbuilding program is going, and are there any roadblocks that we've encountered that were not envisaged? And my other simple question, about 5 years ago, we spent $250 million on Point Wilson to improve the ships coming in and unloading the armaments or the ordnance that we bring in. Is Point Wilson being used at the moment? And if so, how often?
Yeah, I must say, I don't have the detail on Point Wilson, but I will take that on notice and get back to you. I just don't have that with me. The shipbuilding programme, which we've now encapsulated in the plan, lays out what it is we're going to buy. We're under contract for Hunter now. We are delivered the first OPV, and the second one will be delivered later this year. Then we'll move to Western Australia for that. So that's the kind of capital ship side of things. We are entering into a sovereign shipbuilding agreement with Austal in the west. With regard to that programme of work, where we've sent the demand signal there to say we will be doing the landing craft medium, landing craft heavy, the large optionally crewed surface vessel, and eventually the general purpose frigate there. General purpose frigate is on track. It's a really, really tight schedule. We're going to buy something in 2 years. It would normally take us 10 years to do. So we will be getting responses, the second lot of responses back from the Japanese and the German shipbuilders, and by the end of March. And we intend to go back to government then at the end of this year or early next year. I think it's wanted at the end of this year to give an option for a decision on that general purpose frigate, which is the 11 ships that we're gonna buy the first 3 offshore and build the rest here. Landing craft medium, and we're just the final knockings of negotiations on that with Austal and their subcontractors, who include quite a few SMEs. I'll also say that Austal managed to get themselves into the position of being a prime contractor, but they did it by going to the United States and building because the market, the market there attracts that sort of thing. Finally, we have the submarine. And I can't speak for ASA with regard to the proposed acquisition of the US submarine and then the joint submarine with the UK. But in the meantime, we are planning the life of type extension programme for Collins, which has had a couple of hiccups along the way. The fire in Waller didn't help, and so putting extra work into what's a very tightly sized workforce at ASC. And then the protected industrial action hasn't helped either, because we've lost time and productivity. So we're having, and we've said this in estimates, we're having a good look at the variables, including the usage upkeep cycle, to see if we can do everything that we need to do in the time that what we have to do it. We plan to do that, and we had a short report done by Ms. Valdez from the United States and that will work its way through the system over the coming months. So that's a kind of a quick race round the traps on naval shipbuilding.
Okay, thanks for that.
And I'm not sure Mr. Cohen Harvey might be able to answer the question on Point Wilson. Cohen?
No, I'm going to try and not up to date with the latest on Port Wilson.
My understanding is that Point Wilson is still being utilised for ordnance. The scale at which that is, I can't answer that question for you, but we can get you some specifics around that.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Now we have Mr. Pearce online, and I know he's indicated to me he wanted to ask a question earlier. Gavin, are you there?
Thanks, Chair.
That's all right.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, yep.
Thanks for your time today to the witnesses. My question is probably augments Mr. Wallace's and certainly the Chair's points. But mine is around timelines. We've heard a lot about resetting the process and augmenting various tiers of defence manufacturing at various levels and strategies and all the rest of it. But what I haven't heard about is adherence to timelines and delivering that capability to warfighters, because they certainly haven't got time on the battlefield to be waiting for a capability that should have been in service 5 years ago. So I want you to talk to me a little bit and a little bit more seriously about how we're adhering, how we're shifting that focus from a 100% solution in 10 years' time to maybe an 80% solution now for our warfighters.
I will start, and I think there's two good examples. Naval Shipbuilding will have some, and GUIO in particular, the Guided Weapons and Explosive Ordnance, is moving up very rapidly, looking at manufacturing capability and replenishing war stock or otherwise through various cases, and I think Mr. Harvey can answer those questions. So out of the Defence Strategic Review and now encompassed in the National Defence Strategy and underpinning the Defence Integrated Investment Plan is a couple of new concepts, and it's also captured within the Defence Industry Development Strategy, this notion of minimal viable capability. That minimal viable capability means that we're no longer seeking the exquisite or the adaptation to the Australian circumstances, which drove, to your point, Chair, a lot of changes incrementally to requirements over time, to looking at getting capability as quickly as we possibly can. I'm certain Jim can talk to General Purpose Frigate as one example of that. But that's true across the board. So as we're looking at doing business differently, we're looking at more agile methodologies and more agile approaches to how we do that. ASCA is an element of pulling through from prototype into capability much more rapidly than we've done before. But this notion of minimal viable capability, which is underpinned then by continuous capability development and delivery. It's now thinking differently about how we looked at capability and cost and schedule. Historically, we focused on capability outcomes, achieving 100% of what we wanted and staying within budget, but we gave more time. And clearly the National Defence Strategy says time is now of the essence and we have to move much faster. That means that we must set the capability need to a minimal viable capability, and that we may choose to take that out of the box and continue to operate it, or we may choose to evolve that through capability target states over time. I can give you an example of a contract that we're currently working in Integrated Air and Missile Defence, where we've already, from contract signature to the first delivery of a capability element in 9 months. The full up round for that first period of time will be delivered in 18 months. So we're moving much faster, and we're picking programs where continuous capability development and delivery, where you can take account of the injection of technology or being able to respond more rapidly to a threat becomes important. We're embedding that through the changes to the Integrated Investment Plan, moving from over 600 projects to now over 300 that are developed now as more programs of work, where we will continue to use this notion of minimal viable capability and the evolution of the capability much more rapidly to get it to the field and to meet that warfighter need. I don't know, Jim.
Well, I won't go to general purpose figure, because when you're buying ships, it just takes a long time, and I can't change the past. So you got to start somewhere to finish. So we're going to do general purpose frigate much quicker, but it won't be by anyone's definition of quick other than in naval shipbuilding and acquisition. But if I look at what we've done with the 3 naval missiles this year, we've taken the fleet in being, the air warfare destroyer particularly, and we have integrated to a degree, some more than others, 3 new combat missiles onto that platform. That was done this year. It was done within a year. So there's an example, I think, of us trying to think, what can we do with the fleet in being to make it more lethal?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Mr. Pearce?
The supplementary question I have also, and I take on board that you're thinking about it, to use your words, Mr. Deeble, but that hasn't necessarily drifted down. I know defence share my frustration. The SMEs are infuriated over it. And the other issue with them, and speaking to quite a few of them, particularly around the Land 400 space, is to go back to JOSCAR. What does it cost an SME to be part of that program?
I don't think the cost for SMEs is substantive. Clearly primes and the role that they play will wear the majority of those costs, but I'll take that on notice to get you some specifics around the cost of entry.
What are the costs? What does it cost? And does that blow out my original premise of lengthening timelines and conflating process?
No, I believe that by getting that data clearly articulated through into databases like JOSCAR, it will help us best interrogate the market and will help us move fast. The whole intent of the initiative to build industrial intelligence is to make us smarter and to move more rapidly through the use of data to be able to support that decision making.
Okay, but my point still stands that frustration is extant and it still exists.
Okay, thank you, Gavin, for that. Unless there are other questions, Meryl, have you got a question? Yeah, please go ahead. I did text you earlier, but that's all right.
Thanks, Chair. I'm sorry, I'm coming to you via my phone, so communicating with you is a little bit tricky. Good morning, and thanks for coming along, everyone. Mr. Deeble, I remember we had a conversation a number of years ago about the capability of CASG itself, and given that you've been at the helm now for a while, I'm interested in your observations and some measurement as to how the organisation has become more fulsome and better able to respond to the requirements as laid out in a number of strategies that have been released by the government in recent years. So, what are the indicators that CASG has become a more effective organisation, in your opinion, Chris?
Thank you, Ms Watson, and it's great to see you again. I think I was in industry at the time that I made that comment, so I might have been a little bit more critical, and I remember talking to the chair about some of those things. So I think what I've seen, and since I've been back in defence, that when I arrived back 2.5 years ago, that our key skills in a number of areas had atrophied, and I think that was exacerbated by COVID. So I've been concentrating on things like professionalisation. I note the comment that was made before about skills that we need in industry. You equally need similar skills in defence. The two that have worried me the most is project management and more importantly now as we look to putting together programs of work, program management, and that is subtly different, and commercial skills. I think that we dropped the ball on those particular things, and that goes to performance. If you don't have the right programmatics, you don't have the right commercial contract in the first place, and you don't have the right contract management, then that's when projects go off the rails. And that's when, sometimes you see industry performance playing in and then not being able to remediate it or otherwise. So we're putting in a lot of work now to look at professionalisation. My goal is to have a capability development academy set up in the not too distant future. We're going to concentrate on project and program management and commercial skills as a starting point. We've also put in place a lot of streamlining of how we do business. We have to adopt, if we're moving faster, we have to adopt a different risk appetite. And if our people aren't skilled and they don't have the right experience base, then they won't want to take on risk and a risk appetite that is inherent in moving faster. So what we're trying to do now is rationalise a lot of our policy frameworks, make sure that it's implementable, resourceable and understandable. If you get the right policy frameworks and the right processes that underpin that, combined with professional skill set and how we grow our people through their career, then those two go together to give more confidence to the individuals to be able to move in a more agile way and to accept greater risk to be able to deliver faster, as Mr Pearce identified. We've already done a lot of work, though, to work with industry in this regard as well. We've reduced the amount of paperwork that we seek from industry across all of our contract suites by 40%, 45% by page count. We're doing another range of rationalisation of what we ask of industry, and that will flow down through to small to medium enterprise. So trying to reduce that, and my commitment to Minister for Defence Industry, Mr Pat Conroy, is to reduce that cost and time by 50%. Now we're getting there, but there's more work that needs to be done, and this will be a continuous evolution of how we move forward. We've now established solid positions. I've got solid leaders in these roles looking at engineering. We've introduced the defence engineering, the digital engineering strategy. That's an important thing where we're trying to adopt what industry regards as being contemporary best practice and leverage that back into defence. So rather than us levying requirements on industry, we're trying to learn from industry on what is more contemporary. If it makes industry more competitive, it will make us better at what we do in that regard. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, thank you. Very helpful. And just a very, very quick one, Chair, and I may have missed this. I note that there was a comment about Austal, but I am really interested in the opportunity for Australian industry to participate in the build of these new general purpose frigates, including those that are going to be built overseas, whether we go with the Japanese or the Germans. But what is the plan to get, you know, Australian companies involved?
Yeah, well, the shipbuilding program in the country will be predominantly Australian companies and Australian workers, perhaps employed by, and exactly who's going to prime this, whether it's, you know, the winner or Austal, is an open question still. So all of the stuff that's being done here will be very similar to the other build programs here, very heavily locally focused, with some of the major equipments coming from, you know, we're not going to design a marine diesel engine. Yeah, we're going to buy, and so there's those and combat systems and things like that. But all the sustainment will, of course, and don't forget, sustainment is the biggest part of this industry. At least, you know, 65%, more like 75% on sustainment. The three that we're going to build in either Japan or Germany, you know, that's that tension again between speed to capability and resilience. So I think it'll be limited. We'll certainly be qualifying people to do that on the local build, but the number one object of the general purpose frigate is speed to capability. So it will be limited on the ships that are being built overseas, but we should use that opportunity to qualify companies to do that whenever it comes on shore.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Chair,
just before we wrap up, can I just put a question on notice?
Sure. Yeah, please do.
The former government had a policy in relation to the provision of a large hulled HADR vessel specifically to the Pacific. Where are we at with that policy? Is that being continued by the current government, or has it been scrapped, or is it, if it is ongoing, where is the ship in its construction?
Yeah, and again, I'll have to it's not ongoing. It did not make the cut through the IIP for that vessel. This is the Pacific vessel you're talking about? It's not an extant program.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you everyone for appearing here today, this morning. It's been very helpful, and we do look forward to the supplementary answers to the questions that were put on notice. prior to this, or on the no later than the 7th of March. But again, thanks very much for your time. I know you're very busy. We do appreciate it, and really did get some insight into some of the matters we raised today. Thank you. Now, I think we can proceed, I suppose, if people are happy to do that. I know there's a scheduled break, but we're running pretty much 15 minutes late. So if people are happy to proceed, I understand the witnesses are here to be sworn in or to appear. So are people happy for us to continue?
Happy to proceed, Chair.
Right, everyone else? Okay, unless there's a problem, we will kick off. How's it going? We just need to change the name tags, yeah, and the waters, perhaps. All right, we won't be long. We'll just get the thing. Right.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to get some water. Thank you very much.
Something I don't know? Just something I don't know? No. I probably just took it off an old list.
Okay, we have, you can see Mr. Wallace, but there are, I think there are, because he's still visually here, but there's 4 members online, and myself and Mr. Zapier here in attendance. And we want to thank you for your submission, and also for making yourself available for the public hearing scheduled for today. I might first, so I welcome you here today to give evidence, and for the Hansard record, would you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Defence Subcommittee? So,
Andrew Dowse, Director of RAND Australia.
Austin Wyatt, Researcher, RAND Australia.
Thank you. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you, if you wish, to make any opening statement before we proceed to discussion.
Thanks, Chair. I'll make it brief. RAND Australia has a history of providing submissions and support to the Joint Committee. The Defence Annual Report is an important governance mechanism for the committee to see what Defence is doing and scrutinise it. I think the themes that the committee raised are important themes, important to Australia's defence and national security. We've addressed each of those themes in our submission to varying levels, and we also added an additional point which we thought was notable. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Well, look, I might just kick off with a question that's dear to the hearts of the members of this committee, it would appear. One of the recommendations in your submission is that Defence makes efforts to better measure sovereign investment capability outcomes against priorities. How would Defence go about ensuring that? Because the concern of this committee, and I'm sure others, is that we don't have sufficient metrics or measurements to really determine how we're going in terms of sovereign investment capability.
So the sovereign defence industry priorities have measures associated with them, associated with what the outcomes that they seek. In our submission, we noted that it was only 4 months after the promulgation of the Defence Industrial Development Strategy that the report was due, which was not long enough really to make such measurements. We do encourage those measurements about
the specific outcomes that are listed within the 7 appendices of the strategy, that they could quite easily transition to being measures, and we would encourage that those measures are included in the future Defence annual reports, whether they be around financial measures or whether they be, probably more importantly, around capability outcomes. And I think the structure is already there in the framework, and I know you've just been talking to Chris Deeble, and I know it's his intent that such measures are put in place.
And again, another recommendation you made in your submission was measures to mitigate and deal with threats to security infrastructure involve a choice or combination of mechanisms, such as to harden assets from attack, and you say go on to provide passive or active defences, to have redundancies, or to employ deception. Again, where do you believe defence is sitting in relation to this important mitigation, and what do they need to reach an optimal level in line with that recommendation that's within your submission?
I do acknowledge that when Defence gets into the details about vulnerabilities and deficiencies in the resilience of its estate, that it goes beyond what's possible in a public report.
Of course, yes.
But I do not have visibility of how much analysis Defence is doing of its estate. I know that there is a requirement for an estate audit, but I'm not aware that that includes a measure of resilience. I would very much recommend that such analysis is undertaken, and that those measures of the different mechanisms that could be put in place to increase the resilience of a state be prioritised across the estate and be entered into the investment program. That, Chair, that may be occurring, but I do not have visibility that it's occurring.
Okay, but you had certainly raised it in your submission as a requirement. It's hard for you to, I guess, determine that. Okay, now, Mr. Wallace, would you have questions at all? If not, we can go to other members. Have you got a question at the moment?
I'm happy for you to go to other members.
Yep.
And come back to me.
Okay. Any other members want to kick off? Or?
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Mr. Pearce, off you go.
You mentioned the hardening of assets against kinetic threats. Can you speak more broadly about the electromagnetic spectrum threats, cyber, PSYOPs, interrogation of commercialised data systems? Can you speak to more to what the real threat would be?
So there is a spectrum of threats. I would expect that, and crossing over into one of the other themes, I would expect that the net assessment activity that's underscoring the National Defence Strategy should be examining such threats. Some of those threats, Mr. Pearce, don't directly relate to a state. They relate to assets and capabilities in the broader. So I'm not sure that an estate security review would actually cover some of those electromagnetic and cyber threats and content and disinformation threats that threaten not just defence but our national security. So that might be a broader piece of work.
I get all that, but the blue wires that go through every building on defence establishments, what are we doing to strengthen the EMS threat there, or the threat matrix to reduce that?
I expect that Defence is doing a lot of work to secure those cables, but I'm not in a position to say what we are doing as far as Defence is concerned, because it's been a few years since I've been in that position.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Mr. Zappia? Thanks.
Thanks, Chair. Dr. Dowse, does RAND do comparisons with how some of our allies run their defence department as opposed to Australia? So do we look at, for example, how the USA, maybe UK, Canada, how they run their defence department as a whole? And if so, do you detect any difference about how we do it here and how they do it there? And you might have picked up on the commentary earlier on in terms of building up workforce, ensuring that our smaller SMEs in this country get a foot in the door and so on.
Yeah. Yeah, Mr. Sapper, we have done such studies in various, looking at various aspects of how defence is run. One of the ones that we have recently been involved with was we were engaged with a project that was sponsored by the US Department of Defence to look at its essentially it's an acronym that's called Planning, Programming, Budgeting and Execution, which is a very long way of talking about how strategies translate to tasks and to budgets. We were involved with that initially to do the Australian case study, to look at comparisons of how Australia manages its processes compared to the US, and that was considered to be very valuable to the US. We also got involved with some other regional countries. So yes, we do look at those comparisons between different defence departments, particularly of the allies, but sometimes even look at potential adversaries. And so, yes, we have a huge body of knowledge in those areas. One area that would be useful perhaps is to look at acquisition. We are working on some projects at the moment to compare requirements processes between the US, Australia and other allies. We're also looking at processes associated with AUKUS Pillar 2 and how accelerated capabilities can be brought into service and manage that issue that Mr McDowell mentioned earlier about balancing that, what's the perfect solution, a perfectly supported solution versus speed to capability. So yes, we've done a lot of analysis in various areas, which we're very happy to discuss or to provide on notice.
Well, that was effectively the purpose of my question. Is there anything that we can learn that you've picked up that you believe that we could be doing differently here that we're not doing, but it's working for the other country or the other country?
I think every country has similar sort of challenges, and I don't think you can say there's a single silver bullet that will help Australia. We have our own circumstances, a smaller industry base, a smaller contribution to research, development and innovation processes compared to other countries. So we have our own challenges that are different. So when you're comparing these different departments, you have to compare them within the context of what our industry base is and our research base is.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thanks,
any further questions of witnesses? Shane. Mr. Jim.
Yeah, I'm just interested, while this comes really under a general category in terms of our submission, you talk in page after page about recruitment and retention. And I'm just interested because you talk about creating a quicker pathway to activate trained personnel. And you talk about widening the pool of applicants on page 15, I think, of your report in submission. You talk about recruitment being difficult during national employment being low. And you talk about school leavers being a key demographic for recruitment, but there's greater susceptibility to moral hazard. I'm interested because you use this phrase a few times, widening the pool, in a number of times, but you haven't explored it. What do you mean by that? I mean, how are we going to widen the pool for recruitment and retention?
So,
what's your suggestion?
Whether I've paraphrased that from Defence's annual report or their workforce plan, that is one of the intents of improvement of recruitment, is expanding the eligibility for people to join. The two areas that I'm aware of, Mr. Newman, where Defence is doing that is one is to look at citizenship exemptions, and we're all aware of the citizenship arrangements with Five Eyes and potentially in future Pacific Islands. The other area is to look at softening some of the eligibilities as far as physical and academic sort of abilities as far as eligibility for recruitment, and that way widening the pool. So those are the two dimensions that I'm aware of that ADF recruiting is looking at doing to try and increase that pipeline into defence. Our concern is that might not be enough, and they raise other challenges. Additionally, as we noted in there, the timeline for people to be recruited. I've spoken to a lot of people who have said they just give up on recruitment and go and find another job because that timeline takes too long.
Is that one of the unnecessary barriers that you were talking about? Because it's not actually, what you're saying here is not actually mentioned in your report, that time frame, how it takes too long. Is that something you consider an unnecessary barrier?
Absolutely.
Okay, we are relaxing and attracting more Five Eyes and potential Pacific nations. Are there any specific nations that you think would be useful in terms of recruitment into our ADF? I mean, we're relaxing that for Brits and Canadians and New Zealanders. Any particular countries in the Pacific you're talking about?
No, well, I know that there's been discussion around PNG, Fiji, and the other Pacific Islands, Samoa, Tonga. But, you know, there are other considerations there in terms of what that does to the nation's workforce, their young workforce, what that might do to their sovereignty. So those all need to be taken into consideration. I'm not necessarily convinced that, and maybe this didn't come out explicitly, I'm not necessarily convinced that just widening the pool is going to improve Defence's lot. I think Defence needs to look at what the motivations are for people to join Defence, look at why people within the Australian population are not joining Defence. And it may be, and that's where we concluded that particular section, it may be that there is no easy way of, no matter how much money you throw at it, of increasing the recruitment pool. And therefore, perhaps we need to look at other options, and reservists, strengthening reservists, using reservists better, particularly within Navy and Air Force, are options that I would advocate for rather than thinking just broadening the pool will do it.
I mean, that relaxation of entry standards, that wasn't addressed in the 2024 Defence Workforce Plan at all. You seem to be suggesting that we should relax the standards. Is that correct?
No, I'm suggesting that that's one of the options that Defence recruiting have been considering, although maybe not coming across it explicitly in the plan, but it's one of the considerations. I'm not suggesting that that's necessarily going to improve things, because it raises other challenges, as I said, whether it's kids with moral hazard, whether it's the possibility of breaking people worse than we have in the past.
Yeah, okay. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thanks, Shane. Other members who may want to ask a question of the witnesses? Meryl?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, actually, I just wanted to continue on Mr Newman's line of thinking. I've always been very interested in particularly recruitment and retention, and I just want to flesh out a little bit more. You mentioned billeting in your submission. Can you just expand on that a little bit more, and that whole idea of, you know, if we've got a cohort of reservists that we could potentially use more, would you just care to expand on your thinking around that while we've got the chance to hear from you, please?
Yes, certainly. One of the things that we're talking about, and it's in relation to a project that we've been working on for Navy, is that it's very difficult for Navy, and will be increasingly difficult for Navy, to provide crewing for 20 major fleet units, which is the intent of the enhanced lethality surface combatant fleet. That's a big ask to suddenly increase, over 10 years, increase the amount of experienced and qualified crew to that extent. The possibility which we've been discussing with Navy is that some of the billets on those ships, particularly the billets where the crew sizes are increased for wartime missions, may be billets that are allocated to reservists. And one of the concerns that I have is, especially in Air Force and Navy, the services tend to use reservists as in administrative roles rather than in real operational roles. And if you compare that, Mr. Zapier was talking about how you compare with other nations. The other nations, in particular the US, uses their reservists and their National Guards far more for frontline operational roles. And so one of the possibilities is to allow for people to be trained through reserve mechanisms, but not to be full-time ADF members, and then they provide that surge when you really need them for conflict, when people will more readily decide that it's an important thing to join the Defence Forces. We are, despite what we see in the defence strategies, we are seeing that the public does not see the same level of urgency and importance of having a strong defence force. And so there is this perception amongst Australia's public that, that there is not this patriotic need for them to join the Defence Force. That would change if we get into a conflict, but the timelines don't allow for full-time staff to suddenly go from zero to being qualified and able to be on the front line. Yeah. Reservists, I think, is how we make that jump and prepare our ADF for conflict.
And Chair, just a very quick one. You made comments about school leavers, and I know we were doing a GAP program, and you'll have to forgive me, I just haven't had a conversation with anyone about this for a long time, but is RAND aware if we are still doing that and how successful that's been? Because that strikes me as an enormous opportunity to get school leavers who may just want to have 12 months to think about what they want to do with their life. If we can get those young people potentially interested, are you aware of how that's been going? And I obviously probably need to ask someone from Defence this question, but yes, I'm just curious.
I'm not aware. I'm aware when I was in uniform that it was a big commitment in the past. It's gone very quiet, and like you, I suspect that it's not going to the same extent, the ADF gap year, as it used to. But to actually find out if there is a live program, I think it'd be a matter to ask Defence, Ms. Swanson.
Of course. Do you think it'd be a good idea, though, to continue it or even put more energy into it? What's your strategic mind's eye on that?
I think it's useful. I think the services could see it as an impost. It does require a bit of resources to support it. So in the big scheme of things, yes, but I think invigorating the reserves is a more important activity.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Maybe, Chair, we should bring back the ready reserves. That's the way. From you.
There's certainly
maybe that's what we should do.
Some logic. There's some logic to that, particularly as you say, trying to get in. If people aren't going to, join up until they feel there's a patriotic need, I can see the recommendation makes sense in that regard. In particular, look, just going to
Chair, I have some questions.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. I was just happy to go on. Off you go, Andrew.
Thanks, Chair. You spoke earlier about the importance of relying or a new reliance upon reserves in the Royal Australian Navy. Would the same apply for Army and the RAF?
Certainly for the RAF. I mean, the RAF does not tend to use reservists in operational sort of roles. Army, I think, is slightly different. I think they have a construct of within their brigade structure of reserve brigades being operational. So, to me, I think it's a less of a criticality for the Army. But I think all the reserves, there could be an invigoration across the reserves, which could also impact on Army, Mr. Wallace.
Why do you think that the RAF have less reliance? Is that because it's arguably a specialist trade, if you like?
I just don't think they have the culture and for example, taking people who used to be in the RAF who now fly for the airlines and keeping them up to speed on, flying combat aircraft. That's something that you will find the US Air Force Reserves and the US Air National Guard make very strong use of airline pilots in frontline roles. And as an example, I mean, Air Force is not only about the pilots, I say as a former Air Force engineer, but it's a good example of how Air Force does not use reservists in the same way as some of our counterpart defence organisations.
What do you put that down to?
I think a certain number of flying hours that are used by permanent Air Force. I think there's just been a comfort in only using reserves for administrative roles. There's lots of reserve jobs here in Canberra, but they're in staff and administrative roles. When you go out to the regions, reserves don't have that frontline sort of responsibilities.
Do you think in the Australian context that there is scope to actually implement such a program?
Scope, yes, and I think necessity, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you think that the reason why we haven't is more of a cultural thing and the use of scarce resources, that we need to ensure that our full-time regular pilots are getting their appropriate flight hours up, as opposed to investing that in reserve officers, is that right? Or reserve personnel?
Yeah, and there may be our airworthiness system may not be scaled around people, being weekend warriors. That's a possibility. I think Defence, when they brought in the total workforce model, where people weren't just reservists or full-time, but there was a spectrum of employment that they were attempting to get at that. But I don't see that people who are less than full-time are really aligned with those frontline operational roles.
But those particular roles that we're talking about now are very few and far between. For every pilot in the Air Force, there's hundreds of people that are supporting that pilot.
Yes.
And that currency that you speak of wouldn't apply quite so strongly for a lot of other people that support that pilot.
Yeah.
But the reservist could remain current if they were currently flying for an airline or whatever it might be, with the use of simulators and things like that, wouldn't it?
I think so, and maybe it's going to be a harder ask for Air Force, but I think there's value, as you say, especially in getting simulator hours. So maintaining currency if there was a conflict would not be so difficult for a pilot. I do think that there is even a greater sort of call for greater seagoing billets for Navy reservists. So it would be useful for to examine. I'm sure Defence, as part of its integrated capability assessment program, is looking at scenarios where there is conflict and attrition of personnel and capabilities, and how we would bring in that next rotation of forces from that don't actually serve in the ADF at the moment. I'm hoping that that's something that that Defence does, and doing that more fully, and looking at those scenarios and worst case scenarios where we do need to bring a lot of people into the Defence Force, would identify that there is gaps, and that maybe the reserves forces are the best way of filling those gaps.
Can I don't know if you had the joy of listening to the evidence provided by Defence just prior to you. Did you?
I got a couple of Jim and Chris's responses around acquisition, but that was about it.
Okay. There was a frustration on the part of a number of committee members, and I being one of them, was particularly in relation to Defence's engagement of small to medium enterprises. And there's a lot of talk about what Defence is doing, but as I make my way around defence contractors at trade shows and the like, all I hear is doom and gloom and desperation. And there's a lot of talk in Defence about what they're gonna do, what they might be doing now, but we're not seeing the results in that I would like to see, and that many defence contractors would like to see. What are we doing wrong? Is this something that is peculiar to Australia? Is it being faced in the UK, in Canada, New Zealand? We've got a real problem here, and I just feel like we are spinning our wheels, and there's a lot of talk but not a lot of action.
Yeah, well, and that goes back to the Chair's first question around how we might measure sovereign defence industry priorities. And I do think that such measurement is important to sort of get a better view of what are we actually doing with Australian industry. Yeah, small to medium enterprises in defence have had this problem for a long time, where they've had to go through the primes. The primes are in order for Defence to have a manageable sort of interaction with the industry sector. They've had this structure for a long time of Defence primes. The intent is that SMEs engage with the primes rather than directly with Defence. I don't think that that's going to significantly change, although some SMEs through the Advanced Strategic Capabilities Accelerator might get more direct interaction with Defence. But I think just from a management of complexity perspective, that Defence is likely to really, prioritise use of the defence primes, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. The defence primes can provide supply chain opportunities not just within Australia, but they can broaden out to global supply chains and allow Australian SMEs to engage with these more global systems that otherwise they wouldn't get directly to defence. So there are pros and cons around the structure that we have. I would hope that the AUKUS, the Office of Defence Industry, would be in a position to try and engage with SMEs to find out what their concerns are and to help them. I think Defence is doing what they can, but there are limits to how much they can work directly with SMEs.
What about the international experience? Okay, it's probably not helpful to look at the US, because I think the US is a a unique standalone environment where they have that purchasing power to be able to provide significantly more work and contracts to the US defence sector, just simply because of its size. But if you look at countries like the UK, which obviously bigger than us, but a lot smaller than the US, probably the most analogous example would be Canada. Are they facing the same sort of problems that we are? And if they are, what are they doing to address this issue?
I might have to take that on notice, Mr. Wallace, because I have opinions, but I'll probably prefer to check with the information that we have. My understanding is that the UK and Canada have similar approaches with using prime industry partners.
But other primes, in each case, the situation we have here is that primes are owned overseas, even though they employ a lot of Australians. I guess the question is, in comparable countries, do they have their own primes?
To some extent.
Now, we know the UK does.
The UK does. Canada does have some Canadian and primes, but if I could take that on notice, I could probably give you a more accurate response to that, Mr. Wallace.
Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks very much, Andrew. I just have one question before we, unless there's other questions, before we finish with the witnesses before us. It's on the submission at page, I've lost it now, page 5 I think it was, where you refer, under the heading AUKUS, you mentioned that there's a couple of things I just wanted to touch on quickly. Firstly, in the first statement on page 5, you refer to the trilateral agreement, and you say, of course, it's proven to be a significant collaboration, but you do make that reference to be a significant, and I quote, but uneven collaboration. Now, obviously, in terms of scale and capability, there's not going to be equal playing fields. But is there some other reason that you've placed uneven? Is it because it's not reciprocal? Is it because it's not, it's not happening in any sort of equal manner across the three countries and defence forces?
Yeah, I think that was about scale, but can you address that, Osman?
I can. So it's partly about scale, Chair. It's also about the level of formalisation. Mm-hmm. So if you look at Pillar 1, there's an agreement, there's a plan in place, we know who the actors are. You look at Pillar 2 and there's less formality, there's less sort of plan, there's less connective tissue in there than in Pillar 1. For example, one of the examples we talk about here is there's not a joint funding mechanism formally established. And while the FAS being put in is a good first step, we are seeing a lot of sort of confusion around, okay, if Australian industry is looking to invest in military applications of AI, for example, how do we know that we're all moving towards the same goal point, the same small use application that a US industry is looking for, a UK defence industry is looking for? So that mechanism for what the end point is within those pillars is less formalised, and that's what I mean by uneven.
If there's not, it may be happening as we speak, of course.
Sorry, I meant just in the public domain.
No, that's okay, of course. And that's one of the difficulties in defence, is that there'll be potential prescriptions entertained and accepted by three parties to a contract, but not always disclosed publicly because of national security concerns, I imagine. But look, the point you make on Pillar 2, I think, is really worthwhile. You go to the absolute critical role that AUKUS will play with artificial intelligence. Did you just want to expand on that issue?
I think artificial intelligence is one of those use cases where, I commonly use the analogy of electricity or steam power, where it's a general use technology, it's an enabling technology.
Yeah.
Part of the problem is we haven't got a great way of understanding or evaluating specific use cases within the broad set. We talk AI, but within that there's different things. I think AUKUS is valuable there because the things that AI needs, really massive frontline investment in terms of resources, financial, personnel, data. Australia doesn't have access to a lot of those to the same extent of our partners and certainly potential adversaries. And so the collaborative nature of AUKUS is particularly valuable for AI because
access
there's
to technologies, is that?
Access to technologies, access to data, access to compute that we don't have domestically.
Is there any, and to what extent does RAND consider that potential that's in Pillar 2 is being realised? From what you're gleaning, I'm not saying you're going to have all information available to you, we understand that, but just in terms of what you perceive to be happening in terms of accessing the potential under Pillar 2.
I think there's a lot of interest. There's a lot more interest on the Australian side than it seems sometimes with some of our partners. We are seeing the beginnings.
Is it because we've got more to gain in that regard?
Partially, yeah. But also we are seeing efforts towards harmonisation of standards, which is really valuable. There is connective tissue being stood up. And one of the things we mentioned in our submission, Chair, is that a lot of the sort of person-to-person connections are there on the government side to push this forward, but it's not formalised or structured. So they run into a problem and they solve it, but they solve that problem. They don't have a structure for more generalising. And so I think we're on the right track to answer your question from what we see in the public domain.
And it's quite embryonic. What we've seen is a lot of the Pillar 2 activity is still within national boundaries, and part of that, as we explained, was limited by ITAR restrictions and the like, and other security restrictions. But there's a couple of documents that we referred to in the submission that might be useful. We'll pass it to the Secretariat. One was looking at how there are opportunities not just in the deep research but right across the capability life cycle for the AUKUS countries to cooperate. And the other one was specifically on artificial intelligence and how AUKUS could be used at furthering artificial intelligence development, which we have here, and we'll pass on to the Secretariat.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks to both of you. Just the final thing I just wanted to remind you is that any matters that you want to provide, as you've indicated, on notice, if you could provide them by Friday the 7th of March 2025. I want to thank you for your appearance today and your work on the submission, and it's been helpful to the committee. Thanks very much. Now I'm just talking to the members. The committee is scheduled to stop for 15 up to 15 minutes for the next witness to appear. People are happy with that, so you can have a break, have a phone call or a coffee or whatever people do in 15 minutes. All good with that? Then we'll actually adjourn and convene at 11:15. And I'll just firstly welcome the witnesses to the hearing and thank them for their time and for the submission provided. And can I first ask for the Hansard record that you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Defence Subcommittee.
Chris Mills, I'm the Director of the Defence Research Institute at the University of New South Wales.
Thanks, Mr Mills.
I'm Andrew Neely. I'm the Associate Dean for Research Engagement at UNSW Canberra, which is one of the focal centres of defence and security research at UNSW.
Okay, well, thank you very much, as I say, for your attendance today. This hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you, if you wish, to make any opening statement to supplement the submission before we proceed to discussion, if that's what you wish.
Yes, thank you. Chair, members of the committee, thanks very much for the opportunity to be here and to provide a submission. In terms of opening remarks, it would probably be remiss of me not to acknowledge the amazing achievements of the Department of Defence in the 23-24 period and thank the committee for their work in looking for areas for improvement moving forward. In terms of the Defence Research Institute, we sit across the entire university and aim to bring the UNSW's world-leading researchers, their research, together with government, defence and industry to bring about real change in terms of national security outcomes. The University of New South Wales is Australia's largest defence research university. We have approximately 70,000 students enrolled, and as of late last year, we're employing approximately 7,600 researchers across our 6 faculties and 1 college, the college down here at the Australian Defence Force Academy and now at the CIT Reid campus. In terms of supporting the inquiry and developing the submission, we enlisted input from across the heads of faculty and having done so, formed an opinion around 12 key recommendations which are enclosed in the report. In terms of sort of opening remarks, I'd just sort of like highlight 3 points and leave you with 1 request, if I may. In terms of the first point, notwithstanding Defence's amazing achievements in 23-24, we would advocate that Defence spend more money on military R&D moving forward, noting the significant pace of technological change now and its impacts in military operational theatres both now and in the future. We note in the Defence Annual Report, Defence committed 2.73% of its entire budget for the year to innovation, research and development, a slight increase from 2.6% the previous year, and that it rated that target as partially achieved in the annual report. What we would advocate for is that that spending figure is benchmarked against our key peers and allies to ensure that we're keeping pace with key technological trends. The paper lists sort of 3 key examples, so I'll just sort of highlight those. As an example, Japan has been increasing its percentage of R&D spending over the last few years and aspires to achieve 5.8% by the end of this year. We note the UK achieved 3.9%
5.8% of what?
Of its military budget for the year.
I thought so.
Yeah, no, sorry for not making that clearer. The UK in financial year 22-23 reportedly spent 3.9% on military R&D of its entire military budget for the year. And we note in terms of the US budgetary documents, they've committed $143 billion this financial year out of a budget of approximately $850 billion. So that equates to nearly 17%. I would note, though, that those figures include testing, so it's not an exact apples-to-apples comparison there. Yeah. Unfortunately, that relatively low spending by Australia on military R&D is compounded by 15 years of reduced R&D spending nationally, and the
on all sectors of the economy.
On all sectors of the economy,
Yeah,
and
I'm aware
indeed,
of that,
the strategic examination of R&D report released last week highlighted it and identified at its low point in 21-22, the nation spent as little as 1.66% of its GDP on R&D, well below the OECD average of 2.73%.
Near the bottom of the OECD.
Yeah, unfortunately
it
is.
Near the bottom of the OECD, yeah.
So we would advocate looking for policy settings that adjust that on a gradual basis and for immediate action, advice action in 2 to 3 years' time. In terms of the second point, rightfully so, given Australia's geostrategic environment and the threats and challenges we face, there has been an emphasis on what we would call relatively medium to high technical readiness research that's been going for some period of time that can realise capability in the next 1 to 3 years. What we would say is that is right and proper, but that also needs to be balanced against an ongoing investment into basic or foundational research that lays the groundwork for realising capability 10 to 20 years post-tense. And there's a couple of good examples of the value of that ongoing investment to basic and foundational research. University of New South Wales has 2 world-leading quantum computing companies located on its Kensington campus, one headed up by Professor Michelle Simmons, the other by Andrew Durack, both world-leading in their own rights. Their capabilities in those companies would not exist if it were not for government, both federal and state investment 10 to 20 years back in time. So we would advocate for ensuring that there's a balance between that medium to high TRL research that delivers capability now and ongoing investment in basic and foundational. And my probably last point is around the AUKUS initiative. UNSW welcomes the AUKUS initiative. Being a very large research institute, we have key focal areas around AUKUS Pillar 2 technologies around AI, quantum, autonomous systems, EW, cyber and hypersonics, and indeed Professor Andrew Neely, his focus area is on hypersonics. What we would champion government to do is explore mobility schemes around AUKUS Pillar 2 technology sets to make it easier for students, researchers and indeed technical experts to move between the 3 countries so that the workforce can shift based on peaks and troughs and it's not necessarily lost. I said I was going to leave you with one request, and the request is that in the lead up to national elections and post-elections, in previous times there's been a history of slowing spending and spending to be slow to recommence after an elected government. We would advocate that the government does whatever it can to ensure that spending on research and development over this time period is not slowed or stopped. The Honourable Mr Usyk identified in his address to the National Press Club last week the CSIRO finding that every dollar spent on R&D in Australia gives a $3.50 return of investment. So any slow in terms of R&D funding in Australia not only affects the researcher, the research, but also the national economy. In terms of closing, thank you again for being here. We'll look forward to answering any questions and indeed providing any support you require of us post this hearing today.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Those opening remarks. Can I just ask firstly, in relation to AUKUS and Pillar 2, I think there's a pretty much consensual view that the benefits of Pillar 2 to this country will be accessing technologies of other countries and sharing technologies, but let's be pretty clear, if we're sharing technologies and intel and technological development, let's say, with the United States, then they have a scale and capability that's greater than ours in general, and therefore that access will provide us potentially with many benefits, which may mitigate the need to invest in some areas of research and development. I'm a big supporter of R&D. I accept the causal link between investment R&D and economic growth and so on. But is it possible that we need to be more focused on where we invest in R&D if we're going to, if we're able to access technology and, and information from the United States and the United Kingdom? Is that a reasonable proposition?
I might have a go to start with, then I'll throw to Andrew, being a professional academic and researcher. What I would say is I think with that approach we need to be very cautious about where the next technological breakthrough is going to be. And if we're too narrow, we potentially miss positioning Australia for the next strategic breakthrough. And the example being quantum. Heading up most of the leading quantum companies globally right now are Australian researchers or academics that stem from the investment made by the Australian government, states and federal 10 to 20 years ago. We're positioned as a global leader in quantum computing now because of the foresight to invest in something was only theoretical at the time. That if we applied that sort of lens, we potentially wouldn't have invested in it. And as a result, we wouldn't have positioned Australia to potentially be a leader in taking, economic and security advantage from quantum computing as it matures in the next decade. Andrew?
Yeah, I think to add on that, in fact, it was a point made in last year's Defence Innovation Strategy piece. There was a brief mention of hypersonics, an area I work in, that what it left out, of course, was hypersonics was developed in Australia with a lot of investment from people like the Australian Research Council and international investment in an area that at the time Defence was not particularly interested in. And so through things like the long-term investment in these new areas, what seem to be new areas, not that hypersonics is new, quantum, AI, hypersonics, that then positions the people and the capabilities to be available when Defence sees the opportunities to apply those technologies. I do agree that we have limited bandwidth, we have limited resources, we don't have the scale of the ecosystem that the US has, and so we need to be more selective. That's why I think universities are a key player here, because we can add to that bandwidth. Obviously, we play a key role in education, but in the R&D side as well, and then overlapping those two things, because of course tying our education to exposure to new technologies and innovation thinking is going to make the people we educate more suitable for their roles in the defence and defence industry ecosystem. So I think you've got to find that balance, as Chris says. You can't fund everything. Yes, it would be useful to identify some of the things that perhaps we are most likely to buy off the shelf, is I guess what you're alluding to in some ways. But then again, why does the US invest reasonably significant dollars in R&D in Australia with universities? Because there are certain things that we do particularly well. And so if all we were doing was buying, that wouldn't happen. The attraction of something like, obviously it's strategic, geopolitical, but, AUKUS Pillar 2, there is an attraction to access capabilities and knowledge in Australia and smart people and geography as well, obviously.
Yeah. No, I wasn't suggesting that we buy things off the shelf only. In fact, I was suggesting that the access to technologies may allow us to commercialise ideas from other countries unless us come up with ideas that end up getting commercialised overseas. So my point was, in a sense, the opposite to that, that if we have advantages of accessing technology in a completely honest and equitable way with other countries, we might be able to focus our investment in R&D elsewhere. Just to supplement that question, and perhaps a variation on the same theme. R&D's been low, absolutely accept your contention, in Australia relatively, historically, and low recently, and I don't believe that's a very good thing at all. If you're looking to invest, for governments to make decisions about investing taxpayers' dollars in R&D, my question is, given that so much defence technologies arises out of innovation in other sectors of the economy, and civilian capability often leads to defence capability. And you mentioned, you're looking at the R&D investments both for defence and the economy and labour market generally. If you're having to make a decision within government to where you would invest that money, would you confine it to defence that would find all reasons to perhaps consider it remain confidential and secret, or would you invest in the other areas of the economy which could be then immediately acquired by defence?
Can I have a go? I don't think the answer is either A or B. I think it's the difficult choice of government is that getting the investment strategy right, balanced between the two, for the geostrategic times to ensure our national security. A lot has been written about the increasing challenges in terms of security within the region. And so right now, AUKUS is about sharpening investment about the capabilities that we think will be best used to Australia's advantage in terms of our strategy of strategic denial. If we have the right capabilities on the shelf, the hope is that we never have to commit to conflict.
Of course, yeah. No, appreciate that.
Maybe I'll follow up with point to the discussion paper released last week, I think it was, on R&D investment in Australia, that what you wouldn't want to see is just redistributing the current pie. Trying to choose between A and B. I think what comes out of that paper, what comes out of certainly discussions in our ecosystem is we've got to find ways to grow the pie. Universities, as noted, already are significant investors in R&D. In fact, we're probably doing more relatively than we should be doing. And, we're having to do that in ways that perhaps are less attractive in the defence and security space by income from international students. Yeah. And so, if we can find ways to grow the pie through increased government investment, but also from large industry, as noted in that discussion paper, then we find a balance, because Australia is noted for incredibly good fundamental research. We don't want to stop doing that, but we do need to find ways to increase what we do in applied and experimental research. Again, given all the money in the world, you do everything. Yeah. But yes, we do need to.
That's what we don't have all the money.
No. That's right. So we need to find ways, I guess, together to grow the pie enough so we can do. If we're going to focus, yes, we're probably doing a good balance of R&D in the fundamental level, but we don't want to stop doing that. But we need to grow the more applied R&D, especially in collaboration with government and industry. There's not enough of that happening. We're not in the room as universities, even though many of us work very closely with defence. Some of us come out, like Chris, come out of defence. Many of us have clearance. But being in the room more with defence to understand the needs around the R&D would help. Things like the promise of the Defence Research Centres, though we're still waiting to see what they look like.
I think the green shoots are there. The Department of Education's Trailblazer program, introduced just over 2 years ago, is definitely showing significant return of investment. That's due up in less than 2 years. The answer, what comes next? Do you develop these amazing Trailblazer programs across both military and civilian uses? For 4 years, you foster a bunch of green shoots in terms of innovation, research and new industries. But unless there's a continuity of funding, that potentially dies off and you start again. The cooperative research program started back in 2019 is another very successful program. The issue is how do we align all of those programs across defence to get a return of investments that's greater than the sum of the individual. I think more work to align all of the outcomes and provide a longer term continuity of funding would be beneficial.
If I may, just to pick up a couple of your other points, I think you're alluding to dual use technologies, and the scale of the ability for the Department of Defence to buy technology in Australia is obviously limited, and so if we're going to incentivise universities and particularly industry and it was a point that was made multiple times at the ADSTAR conference last year by international speakers, you've got to go after technologies that have multiple markets. You're less likely, if you just have a widget that is of only interest in a specific area of defence, yes, that might be strategically key, but in terms of an economic incentive to industry, if they can also sell to the mining industry or AI to the community, then if you can find those that benefit both, it's more likely to scale and be successful. The other part, I guess, is UNSW as a university, as others are, but I think we could hold UNSW up as one of the leaders in this, are leaning in to very applied defence research and putting appropriate things in place around people and infrastructure. But that can be a struggle internally within a university, because trying to attract students and academics to go down that pathway at the moment doesn't necessarily align completely with normal academic career pathways. And so that's an internal struggle we've had. We've managed to be making it work. We are incentivising people like myself and my colleagues to get involved in defence-related research. But there are trade-offs, things like publishing, things like what students you can take on.
Yeah, look, my final question before I hand over to other members is again on R&D investment. When people speak with politicians, governments, parliaments, often they talk about R&D as if it's a public investment or it's only supposed to be government investment, when in fact we know that's not true. And when you look at metrics or national comparisons on investment, it's not just that governments in this country haven't invested sufficiently, it's industry has not invested sufficiently. And so when we talk about national investment in R&D, we need to talk about investment from the private sector and the taxpayer, because the private sector in many instances are the beneficiaries of R&D. So, rather than taxpayers be subsidise the benefits of companies, companies should be involved in investing for their own future profits. With that view, at least that's my view, is there a way, yes, you come to us and say there's a problem, and I absolutely agree with you in terms of relative investment in R&D by governments historically in Australia. How do we encourage, given there seems to be a beneficial outcome in most instances, increasing investment leads to increased profits, increased success. How do we find a way to encourage? And I'm not talking about universities here, and I've heard about your stream, overseas student stream, I understand all of that. I'm talking about industry, say in defence or even elsewhere where we invest in R&D. How do we convince them that it's in their interests to invest more in R&D to grow their business?
That's a good question, and sort of in preparation for attending here, we've actually got very good tax incentives in Australia. Some of the best tax incentives for business to invest in R&D, and yet it's not happening. So there are other barriers that are preventing industry from really.
Short-termism? What is it, do you think?
It may be short-termism. It may be the difficulty to actually sell the product initially at a scale that makes the return of investment viable.
Yeah.
So, I'm not going to provide you the answer here, unfortunately, because I think it's a really complex problem, because it seems at first glance that the policy settings are right, but they're not having an effect. Maybe the panel that's examining sort of the strategic R&D can have that as a key question to focus on.
Yeah.
So
it's complex.
If you talk about sort of the different parts of industry, we work very closely. We have a lot of programs working with startups, with scale-ups, small SMEs, things like UNSW Canberra Launch, the Founders Program across the university, what we're doing at building this new campus in the middle of Canberra. The problem there, though, is that these are key opportunities for new ideas, and one day hopefully they become the unicorns, but they don't have a lot of resource to invest in R&D. So we work together with them through things like the Defence Trailblazer. What we, as noted in the discussion paper, last week, how do we incentivise the larger players in Australia to invest.
I mean, isn't one of their methods just to spend their money on acquiring the innovative small company that's come up with a good idea, and all they do is swallow it up, and that's innovation?
Well, yeah, and there's a big problem. I mean, if you look across some of in the defence ecosystem, I'm not going to speak for all of the companies, but from what I can see with our engagements with some of these companies, they have little or no what they call IRAD, which is internal R&D resource in country. So they do a lot of that back in their home country, and finding ways to incentivise them to do that and work more closely with universities and with smaller companies around R&D, and not just buy them and swallow them and take them back. You know, I don't know how you do that, but certainly the Commonwealth is spending large amounts of money with these companies, so there is some leverage there to encourage them.
Yeah, thanks for those answers. Mr. Wallace, I think he's behind. He's actually on the screens for both sides.
Right, that's good.
I'm just looking at this.
Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Andrew.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, gentlemen, and thanks very much for your attendance. I want to play devil's advocate because I like throwing grenades and sort of seeing what happens. When you look at a country the size of Australia and our defence budget and our compare that with, say, particularly the US, why shouldn't Australia just say, you look after R&D and we'll reap the benefits from it?
Thanks you for the question. I'll have a go and then I'll throw to my esteemed colleague for some reinforcing fires. Can I start by saying, it reflects a point that the Chair made earlier. Often R&D is dual use and benefits not only the military sector but also the civil sector. Indeed, it's when it supports the civil sector that it supports a significant impact on the national economy. So the course of action, Andrew, that you red teamed me with would potentially result in a reduction or a negative impact on the Australian economy. And indeed, the CSIRO's finding 21-22 identified that every dollar spent in Australia in R&D returns $3.50 on investment. And in terms of infrastructure investments, was the most profitable in terms of ROI than any others that they examined in that finding. And the Honourable Mr Usyk made reference of that in his National Press Club address. So there's the potential harm it could do to the national economy. And there's also the risk that we won't get access to the leading edge research that represents technological advantage. We'll only get access to the second and third tier of technologies because we actually won't know where the leading edge is anymore because we're not into that tent. And there are examples where our closest partner and ally, the US, precludes us from some technologies at the leading edge so that they maintain a clear advantage. So I think there are a whole bunch of risks and issues. I've just touched on a few that spring to my mind. Andrew?
Yeah, I think to build on that, we want a seat at the table. I mean, yes, we're in these alliances, but I think we're kidding ourselves if we think we can just access any of the technologies from our alliance partners. What do we bring? Yes, we bring geography and we bring bases and we bring all those other things, but we want to bring more than that. We want to bring smarts, we want to bring capability, unique capability, not necessarily developed by ourselves, but developed in collaboration, building on what we're good at, in collaboration with our key partners like the US and the UK. And that has worked, I think, in certain areas. Obviously, intelligence is an example. If we are part of that intelligence gathering capability, then we get a seat at that table. The UK aerospace industry around defence space has positioned itself to not go after some things like launch, because Americans have got that sorted, but to go after key technologies around things like sensors. And so if we can identify some of those things and go after them, it helps buy a seat at the table. There are dual use outcomes in the economy. Again, the R&D discussion paper, that came out last week points out how that supercharges the economy. I think of things like in aerospace, gas turbines, huge investment for defence reasons coming out of the Second World War, but you look at a company like Rolls-Royce in the UK and the significant part of its profit is made from civil application of what was originally a defence technology. So those are the things that you've got to play the long game and the short game. Again, obviously we've got limited resources.
Jumping to the other side of my devil's advocate argument, is there a risk that we in Australia downplay? No one's suggesting that we have the financial grunt to be able to match it with the US in many respects, but in some respects we do, because if you look at, just as an example, the countermeasures for the IEDs that we came up with in Afghanistan and Iraq with the protection of our mounted units, that was world leading. And do we run the risk of that age-old, Australians tend to look down their nose at what we're able to produce and what we're capable of?
Absolutely. I think that's a key problem here. The example being 90% of the world's solar panels have University of New South Wales IP behind them. Yet when we look at Australian universities, that sort of impact on the globe doesn't spring to mind. So I definitely think sometimes we're either overly humble, and as a result the message of the impact that Australian universities are having both on the military and civil sectors doesn't cut through. Other narratives tend to dominate, which aren't as positive.
I don't know whether it's overly humble or perhaps just I don't know, it's perhaps a cultural thing that we tend to not. It might be an ignorance thing that we just don't know how good we can be at times because we don't sing it from the rooftops. But I want to go to some of your figures that you speak about with the R&D, which featured heavily in your submissions. You in your oral evidence spoke about UK at 3.9% of their defence expenditure spend on R&D in 22-23, but your submissions talk about 7%. Is that 7% an aspirational figure, or is that where they are in 23-24?
No, so we actually tendered a submission and then we updated the submission. So the final submission that was released had 3.9% for financial year 22-23, with a reported aspiration of reaching 7% by 2025. Okay,
so that's an aspirational figure. So that's almost a doubling in their R&D. Japan, is that 5.8% an aspiration, or is that current?
That was what they were projecting to reach by 2025. That's on public available information, so their exact spending I don't have access to.
Right, but it's a far cry from our 1.66%.
A far cry from the defences in our annual report.
Sorry, 2.73, sorry.
That's correct, yes.
Yeah, the 1.66% was across the economy.
Yeah, in 21-22, identified in the strategic examination of R&D initial report from last week.
In your submission, you outline a massive growth forecast for Japan's defence expenditure, an increase of 35%. Is it realistic that Japan will achieve this? And similarly, how could Australia ramp up its 2.73% figure?
I couldn't speak to the success or otherwise of the Japanese meeting that R&D funding target. What I could advocate is that countries around the world are seeing the impact of technological change on the battle space particularly in terms of Ukraine, with technological evolution playing a key part in the success of their defence to date. UAVs evolving every 3 to 6 months, and there are a whole bunch of other technologies at play. And indeed, Australia's response to the COVID crisis was in some way underpinned by the R&D, the medical R&D capability in the nation at the time. So could we significantly increase by 35% in a couple of years? No. Nor is there the money available. We would advocate for a measured increase because there's not enough money to service all of the needs. To divert more money to military R&D means that it needs to be found from another capability.
You also, in dealing with remote and autonomous systems, parts of the terms of reference of our inquiry, you speak to that. This goes, I don't know if you heard the evidence of the Defence Department earlier this morning, but it's a really appropriate example, I think, of where I think that we in some respects we're all talk and no punch, in that we collectively hold up MQ-28A and Ghost Shark as being these great examples of autonomous systems. But if you speak to companies, as I do, I know that these companies are many of the companies, and not just SMEs, but the primes as well, in this space, in this autonomous space, are very frustrated at the lack of investment in these systems. And this goes to our earlier comments that we spoke about earlier this morning. I don't know if you heard those.
No, unfortunately, I was sort of in transit on the way here. What I would, I'll make a couple of points in relation to that. One, I think some of those small, medium companies might be disappointed because I would advocate for a change of approach. What we need to do is have an industry that's capable of rapidly surging UAS when they're required, but not, as we've done historically, go out to the equivalent of Bunnings and buy a whole lot at once, for them to largely sit on a shelf and when they are required be technologically obsolescent. That approach to acquisition, particularly around UAS, needs to change. Now, I think Defence is doing a good job at changing its acquisition process and attempting to achieve a balance between the high technology, very expensive UASs, you know, the Ghost Sharks, the Ghost Bats, to the less expensive. But I don't think we've realised the true game-changing capability that Ukraine has out of necessity, and that is the ability, when required, to turn on industry to be able to produce systems at the edge, at low cost, at scale.
Why haven't we realised that? I mean, if Ukraine, if the conflict, if Russia's war in Ukraine hasn't taught us that lesson now, what will?
Well, I think we're still learning and we're still observing, and I think we're changing. But you know, thank God we're not involved in a conflict now. So that urgency, although we're seeing it occur on our televisions and reading about it, it's not occurring in our front yards. But defence is changing.
There's no doubt that conflict is something that we are acquiring understanding and knowledge from. I mean, nobody wants it to happen, but clearly,
absolutely,
tragic conflict which we see, and what Mr. Wallace has really indicated is, you know, isn't that a sufficient conflict for us to understand some of these modern warfare requirements? And, you know, has it accelerated our understanding of what's needed?
I think it's accelerated our understanding. I think, to, you know, Mr. Wallace's comments, I think we need to do more to build capacity in our small, medium enterprise companies. So if needed, they could produce UAS systems at scale relatively cheaply at the cutting edge when required.
But see, this is the point, right? This is the point, and I want to draw this out of you. You said at the cutting edge. Now, there's not too much cutting edge about a cardboard drone, and yet there's a Melbourne company that supplies cardboard drones to Ukrainian defence forces that are knocking out $1 million tanks at the cost of maybe $1,000 in a cardboard drone. I mean that's asymmetrical warfare in its pinnacle, and yet we don't seem to be getting that lesson.
I'd agree, and it's a very good example that you bring out. But that drone fits in a very sophisticated system that's supporting the Ukrainians in updating their UAS against electronic warfare capabilities of Russians, and Russians are constantly updating their electronic warfare capability. So even the cheap first-person viewing drones, FPV drones, the Ukrainians are using, are part of the systems to ensure that they can be updated and still maintain their capability against a constantly evolving defence system. So it's an ecosystem. Professor Alexander Malloy, who is a leader and did a study on behalf of the Australian Army into the use of UAS in Ukraine and their evolution, tendered a paper to this inquiry. She advocated for a centre of excellence whereby the community of practice are constantly engaged in evolving their collective capabilities. What that looks like in terms of funding, I don't know how you realise it, and how you build inert capability in industry so that it's available to turn on. I mean, for many decades, Defence has invested money in Mulwala and Benalla manufacturing capabilities, and to essentially fund those capabilities because they're underused in terms of being able to supply defence. But maintaining the capability means that it's available in terms of crisis. Maybe a funding model like that might be necessary around a UAS centre of excellence. I don't have definitive answers, but it definitely warrants further exploration.
Thanks. Andrew, I'm just going to go to Shane. Shane, have you got questions of the witness?
Yeah, most of the questions I was going to put was about drones and UAS, and I mean, how is it that the Ukrainians have developed 600 types of drones and addressed this drone challenge, yet we seem not capable of doing that? Why is that? Is necessity the mother of invention, or what is it?
I think, as Chris said, obviously massive incentive to do so and to shift society, which fortunately we are not yet under. But I think there's some other things that are going on there. I mean, Ukraine had a very well established, very smart ecosystem of industry. They were leaders in aerospace, for example. A lot of the very large aircraft that we think of as Russian are in fact Ukrainian, developed in Ukraine. They had a massive space industry, and were really ramping up sort of new space at the time of the invasion as well. So they had a lot of the building blocks there. I'm not an expert in their educational system, but obviously they were able to pivot smart people rapidly to who could rapidly become innovators in these new areas. If I could, allied to that, the comment was made about, cardboard drones aren't cutting edge. As Chris pointed out, there are some very sophisticated systems on board those cardboard drones, but I would argue that the idea of going after cardboard airframes is a cutting-edge idea, and that's part of what, not everything needs to be big and shiny and expensive. You've just got to sort of think out, this ability to think outside the box, which the Ukrainians are doing, and pivot, establish things like domestic 3D printers to rapidly produce stuff that can be effective on the battlefield is something I think we do lose sight of. In terms of industry involvement, we saw this as we ramped up the Defence Trailblazer around things like GUIO, and there was a lot of promise around GUIO, but the incentives took too long to materialise, and a lot of the companies we were initially talking to walked away because they don't want to invest their own limited R&D resources unless they see some reasonably near-term outcomes in terms of investment from defence, and that wasn't happening. It's starting to happen now. It's just come a bit slowly. So, yeah, we need the incentives. We need to recognise that innovation is broad. We need to drive that innovative thinking across not just defence research, but all research.
Yeah. But their innovation cycle must be, months, if not weeks. They must be developing, creative approaches here. Sometimes it takes us 5-10 years or so to look at technological changes. What are we learning from them? I mean, are we engaging in any form of collaborative approach? We collaborate with them in our training of their troops. We're looking at joint agreements for, knowledge sharing, research and development. Surely we can get more than, learning things on the battlefield. At a physical, how to shoot and how to train and all that sort of thing. There's a lot of things we must be able to gain in terms of relevant knowledge and capability from dealing with them. Are we discussing that with the? Are you aware that we're discussing that sort of issues with the Ukrainian government?
I would say that's a question probably best posed to Defence.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, but surely you're a defence. You're talking about you're an institute that deals with this. Surely you must have contacts. But I mean, we're talking about very precise nature of weaponry. Working with them. Surely you must, from your discussions, you were able to talk in detail about Ukraine before. You obviously think there's a need for cooperative and collaborative approaches.
I would be very confident it's happening, but I can give you one data point. The Australian Army Research Centre actually funded the work from Professor Alexandra Malloy on the evolution cycle of drones in Ukraine. So there's one data point I know of the work the Defence is doing to gain information from it. And I'm sure it's not limited to that, given the training and aid programs, military aid as well as civilian aid programs that the government has been involved in during the course of the conflict.
And if I may...
Also through our Five Eyes thing, surely, the Ukrainians in the UK have, they've got uncrewed systems initiative. Is there a Five Eye approach we can undertake in this space?
Again, I'm sure there is, but those questions are probably best answered by Defence because they will give you the definitive, accurate answer.
Okay, all right, that's fine. I thought you might have some inside knowledge in view of the fact that you're such a big institute that did focus on military research.
If I may comment, if we bring it back to the role universities can play in R&D, one of the key assets that universities have, again, it's all about scale. There's not enough scale necessarily in the ecosystem in an organisation like DSTG to do everything. So we, work with universities, but what universities, the bread and butter of universities, of academics, is to work with the wider ecosystem. And so we pick up knowledge. We learn from what is out there, both within Australia but internationally, and we take the bits that we think are useful and we build on them. That's how research works. There are obviously challenges around some of these areas of research about sensitivities of who, we can see what's in the public domain. There are then some understandable and appropriate constraints about who we can then work with intimately. But, that is a key part and a key opportunity around things like AUKUS is university-to-university collaboration. We work closely with university partners in the UK and particularly the US in many of these areas. We look for opportunities with other like-minded allied partners with places like South Korea and Japan. There are challenges. We need to control how we do that, but there are lots of opportunities as well.
Okay.
Are we doing that with universities in Ukraine?
That's a good question. There are, even though obviously we are doing everything we can to help the Ukraine, there are still limitations around things like that. Again, our colleague Alexandra Malloy has deep contacts back into Ukraine. She is Ukrainian. She came out of Ukraine. There will be others like that, but are there opportunities to do more of that? Quite possibly.
That's fine, Shane. Thank you. Are there any other questions? We are now, if there are questions, if we can keep them relatively brief. Meryl, you okay not to ask? Yes.
Thanks, Brendan.
Tony.
I think you mentioned you had 7,600 researchers working. Approximately. What proportion of the funding comes from industry for those researchers? Or is it all paid for by the university?
So those researchers are a mix of people like myself who are salaried continuing employees, and we are dual use because of course we spend a lot of our time teaching and doing too much of our time doing admin. But a large, significant proportion of those researchers are contract researchers. And that's significant. So where does that money come from? It comes from government programs like Australian Research Council, for example, AEA and others, Trailblazers. Through programs like CRCs and the Trailblazers.
I'm aware there's a whole range of programs.
Well, it comes from industry. So industry is co-investing for some of them. It comes from some from the DoD in Australia, significant amounts from the DoD in the US, for example. The challenge is to maintain that ecosystem. We have this sort of sine wave, peaks and troughs of you build capability in a research group in people, and you're struggling to keep them going year to year because the research funding comes and goes. And that's the importance of...
I'm trying to work out how much industry is contributing.
Not enough.
Sorry?
Not enough.
Just to help, absolutely important question from Mr. Savick. Can we just can you take on notice and provide to us just the breakdown, if you can? And it's up. You've got till the 7th of March, as usual, for all questions on notice.
And how do you measure the success rate of research? To me, research could be a bottomless pit. How do you define success? Or how do you measure success?
It's a great and pertinent question. The university sector, certainly UNSW, is in a cultural transition between moving from traditional metrics, which there were the inputs like how many students did you recruit, how much research income did you get, and then the outputs, how many papers did you publish, what quality journals were they in, how many citations did you get. And of course, that's very limited in terms of measuring true impact. And so there is a massive discussion about, does any of that really matter? It does, but is it key? Yeah, so true impact, can you point to how you change something to the benefit of society? UNSW recently appointed a vice president of impact to go after that and to look at what is true societal impact, of which defence and security is one important part. Do we have the answers yet? No.
And lastly, do you work in cooperation or conjunction with the DSTG group?
Yes, we do, very closely, for a long period. The challenge there is the inconsistency of the discussion and the relationship. It comes and goes on short-term opportunities and need and contract. What we really need, and again, Defence Research Centres hopefully will provide some of this, is this long-term trusted relationship that you see in other countries with government and with industry, where you're not doing 1 and 2 year agreements. You've got long-standing research collaborations with it, which you embed short-term need.
Okay. Thanks, Tony, and thank you, Professor Neely and Mr. Mills, for your attendance and the submission you've put together and your insights. It's been very helpful. We do appreciate it, and if there's anything you've put on notice to provide to us, if you could, by the 7th of March, we'd be very grateful. Thank you. I will now just adjourn the hearing until 1 p.m. when the next witness is available. We'll just reconvene the hearing, the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade Defence Subcommittee. I welcome the witnesses to give evidence today, and for the Hansard record, could you please state your names and the capacity in which you appear before the Defence Subcommittee?
Dr. Alex Bristow, Senior Analyst, AUSPI.
Thank you.
Raylene Lockhorst, Deputy Director of National Security Programs at AUSPI.
Thanks.
Dr. Malcolm Davis, Senior Analyst at AUSPI.
Thank you.
Marcus Schultz, Researcher at AUSPI.
Thanks for that. And I just need to make a few more statements on the record. This is a hearing it's a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false misleading evidence is a serious matter. May be regarded as contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you, if you wish to make a brief opening statement. Really goes to your submission before we proceed to discussion, if you like.
I'll make a brief statement on behalf of all of us.
Thank you.
AUSPI's submission highlights the need for greater urgency and resources if defence is to meet the challenges posed by a rising and more aggressive China, which is working more closely with authoritarian countries that include Russia, North Korea and Iran, to transform the ADS posture and capabilities into an integrated force that is focused on deterrence by denial. The culture of defence needs to change. Unfortunately, the Defence Annual Report, as long and comprehensive as it is, shows that defence still clings to excessive secrecy and assesses its own performance against its own targets, when it clearly is not delivering the military power that Australia needs anywhere near fast enough. AUSPI's submission highlights some important ways that defence could change its culture. Firstly, being more transparent by publishing reviews, audits and other forms of external scrutiny in a timely fashion, such as the independent audit of the Defence Estate that was submitted to the Government over 13 months ago. Secondly, setting AUKUS timelines and milestones, including key infrastructure for Pillar 1 submarines and the acquisition of AUKUS Pillar 2 capabilities, including hypersonic weapons. Thirdly, co-writing the National Defence Strategy update due in 2026 alongside DFAT, Home Affairs and other relevant government agencies to ensure that terms like statecraft and national defence are more than just slogans. Judging from its annual report, defence is falling far behind a dizzying pace of events around the world. To catch up, defence will need a significant increase in its support for the government to allocate defence spending based on the objectives and capabilities outlined in the National Defence Strategy rather than targeting a percentage of GDP.
Thanks. I just want to make one further statement, if I could, before we start with questions. We received your submission yesterday, which was late. It was late for us. The earlier we get it, the better. It was not as late as another, I have to say, but I just want to say for the record, we do appreciate you being here. We do consider your organisation to have significant expertise and really can help government consider matters, including the ones you just referred to. But it would be easy for members if we received submissions earlier. But having said all of that, I just wanted to say that we really do appreciate you being here and taking time to consider matters that are before the committee. And I might just start off, if I could, because that was a pretty unvarnished, pretty straight critique of proceedings, of progress being made at defence. And I just wanted to ask, in the first instance, and I think the concerns you have are ones shared by other bodies and indeed by members of this committee and other individuals, that there is a concern about the extent to which defence is accountable and reportable on things that are happening within defence. The question I have to start with, and I think it's an important one because it recognises a couple of competing tensions, is how does defence, in your view, manage to become more transparent and at the same time defend or to ensure at the same time, but ensure that it doesn't leave defence or our national security vulnerable? I mean, obviously, there are times to publicly report on matters. So what best practice are you aware of that could increase the accountability and transparency that I think the public may wish to have and Parliament may wish to have within defence without undermining national security? Have you considered that, and is there a way forward that sort of that could advise defence
I'd be happy to go first, if my colleagues may have some other views.
Please, look, if you all need to supplement, please just jump in.
So I think it's useful to look at. So if you look at the United States, for example, I think Congress demands and receives far greater detail from its Department of Defence than we get from ours. So
parliamentary oversight is greater in the United States.
Yes, so and I do think that Parliament has not taken every opportunity it could have to have defence in terms of transparency. So I personally think, and AUSPI has written that it was a missed opportunity to set up the Joint Standing Committee on Defence. I think that would have allowed Parliament to identify where defence had a credible case, that information had to be heard behind closed doors, including classified information, and where actually information could be brought out into.
But first, move over to members. Mr. Wallace, are you ready to go, or do you want me to move on to Deputy Chair? Oh, you're on mute,
Yeah, no, I'm ready to go.
Right,
thanks.
Let's go.
Having said that, just bear with me 2 seconds.
All right.
Chair, I have a follow-on question from the points you were just raising. If you'd like, me
proceed
to
and give Andrew just a few minutes, and I'll go straight back to you. I'll go straight back to you. Yeah, go ahead, Meryl.
If you don't mind, Andrew, thank you. Just in relation to, and I guess this is an overall positioning type question, but just following on from that line of questioning in relation to transparency, the committee has taken evidence today, and I'll couch it in broad terms, that potentially the Australian public doesn't have a full grasp of our strategic situation, and therefore we don't seem to have the willingness for people to become a part of the Defence Force. And I'm just looking at your submission, and you said that, you've stated that Australia should be more open with the public when discussing our worsening threat environment. And do you think there's a correlation with this and, recruitment? And what do you think is the best way for Defence and or the government to expand Australians' awareness of the threats at this point? So do you understand where I'm sort of driving with this? I just think that there's a general lack of awareness, and I think that can be seen in people, not signing up to be part of our Defence Force, and how do we combat that?
I personally think there is a correlation. So I've never served in uniform. Raylene, you have, and you may have some views in a second on this. But I think those that do serve want to defend the country, and they want to defend it from the threats to the country. So if you understand what those threats are, then you'll come to Australia's calling and serve in order to help defend the country. So I think if politicians, but most importantly ministers and the government, it uses open language that the primary threat to Australia's security, at least the primary state-based threat, is China, I think that would help tremendously. It will impose costs. China will complain. It will threaten all sorts of retaliatory action. It may threaten to hurt our trade interests. But I do think it's necessary to be honest that when we're talking about a focused force in the Defence Strategic Review, we're talking about a force that is focused on deterring, if necessary, fighting China. But you won't find that wording in there because there isn't the political top cover to be so frank.
Really?
Sure.
Thank you, Chair.
No, we're just getting, Ms. Lockhart.
So I've worked in defence and in the reserves and was a peacekeeper in Bougainville, and my motivation for joining up was familial ties. My grandfather fought in Korea and Japan, and I had family members in there. It was exciting for women at that time. You weren't allowed to go into combat, and defence was changing. I think defence is still stagnant in that, and and that we're still kind of 20 years behind. So we have different generations now, the Gen Zs, Gen Ys. They think differently. They want different things. They're much more informed than we were, in our 20s or our teens. And I think the ADF needs to adapt to that. And we're still seeing things like last year with the forced pivot change and moving thousands of troops from Adelaide to Townsville without thinking about the economic and social repercussions of the existing community in terms of housing, social infrastructure, but also moving, those ADF people who thought they were going to be in Adelaide for a while and their kids could go to school there, and the divorce rates are high. Family, I did a study on this last year. There are a lot of issues there, and I think we're also competing with the private sector. We're competing with the public service. The wages, unfortunately, what we've seen in the private sector over the last few years is that they'll chop and change jobs, every 12 to 18 months because they're going to get $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 more over here. I think there's a lot of cultural issues there.
Yeah, thank you. That makes absolute sense in terms of disruption, social, things that should be contemplated when you're looking at planning and attracting and retaining personnel. Thanks, Merrill. Mr. Wallace, did you want to say? All right.
Yep. Thanks for your evidence today. There seems to be an undercurrent in your submissions of concern about the delivery of AUKUS Pillar 1. Do you want to talk us through that?
Certainly. Look, AUKUS in general, but AUKUS Pillar 1 in particular, is critical to the defence and security of Australia going forward decades. I think the key concern, and I won't sort of brief you on the background of AUKUS, I'm sure you understand all of that. The key concern is, in regards to AUKUS Pillar 1, is submarine production capability in the United States for the Virginias. Will the US have the ability to produce sufficient numbers of Virginia-class nuclear-powered submarines such that they can afford to then sell us between 3 and 5 Virginias starting from 2032? And then the second aspect to Pillar 1 is, will Britain be able to produce SSN AUKUS on time and on budget from the 2040s? Those timelines...
So let's just start with the first of those problems, and I will get to the second one because I think that the second one is just as important, but although a little bit further down the track. We all saw Australia make a down payment. Richard Marles was in Washington 2 weeks ago, paying I think 800 million Australian dollars. How can Australians be assured that the US is going to be able to make good on its commitment to us?
I think from my perspective is that the US faces just as much a threatening environment as we do. It's in their interest to boost their submarine production capability urgently, because the Chinese are not going to be patient and wait for them to do that. And so therefore, when defence in the US looks at the threat environment, they are going to recognise they need to boost their submarine production capability for the Virginias and the follow-on submarine very quickly.
Can I play devil's advocate, though?
Yeah.
Let me play devil's advocate. If the US submarine defence establishment has the capacity, it's supposed to be turning out one submarine a year. It's not doing that at the moment. But let's say it was meeting its stated goal. What's in it for the US to share that with us? Whereas it could have X number of US flagged SSNs, whereas because of AUKUS it's going to have X number less 3 to 5.
It's not just about numbers of boats. It's about how they strengthen alliances. Now that approach is under severe test in Europe at the moment, but if we focus on the Indo-Pacific region, where I think the Trump administration is very focused on responding to China, it's in their interest to strengthen alliances with key allies and partners. AUKUS is part of that. It gives the US an ability to work with Australia much more effectively because we have much more effective submarine capabilities than what we would have if we just had conventional boats. We have the ability to support their SSNs out of Fremantle much more effectively because we're developing the skills and the infrastructure to be able to do that. So I think it's in their interest because we're contributing to the improvement of their submarine production capability directly through investment. It's in their interests because we're strengthening the US-Australia alliance, which means that in a wartime situation where the US is basically literally going into the Dragon's domain against China to defend Taiwan, we are there alongside. And I think that it's really important from Washington's perspective to maintain strong alliances. So if they don't, if they back away from that, then they're in a much worse situation because they effectively allow China to dominate the Indo-Pacific. And that would have a direct impact on US power through cutting off US access to trading markets.
Yeah, I might disagree with you just very on one point, Malcolm. I think that it'll always be up to an Australian Prime Minister, government of the day, on whether or not to engage in any war, including around Taiwan. I don't think any Australian government will accept some kind of arrangement that there are caveats attached to the transfer to submarines. That they would have to be used in a contingency like that. But I would say, and you alluded to this when you remarked about Fremantle, I think Submarine Rotation Force West, being able to operate significant numbers of Virginias and other types of submarines out of that base hugely improves US capability. They can spend more time in the locations they need to be rather than transiting to and from base. It allows them to disperse their forces so they're less concentrated and less prone to a first strike. So I think that that's a really key win for them. It's not just about taking a ship out of the line for the US Navy and transferring it to an ally.
And I would add to Alex's point, yes, of course, it's up to the Australian government of the day to decide how we're going to respond to any particular contingency. But we would need to make that decision based on the potential risks of not responding in terms of sacrificing the US-Australia alliance, which is absolutely vital to our security.
So everything that you've just said is predicated on a conflict with China occurring after Australia acquires SSNs. What about if it occurs before?
And that's a great question. It's always a question that I'm thinking about. Yes, you're quite correct. We don't get the first of the Virginias until 2032. And it's quite possible, even likely, that China may make a move on Taiwan within this decade. So I think that there's no good answer to that. We can't magically wish up SSNs in our fleet tomorrow. So any conflict that happens over Taiwan within this decade is a come-as-you-are war, or as close to as that. But I do think that Defence also sees the SSNs as critical to the 2030s and beyond in terms of protecting our sea lanes of communication from coercion by the Chinese, because those sea lanes of communication and the supply chains that flow across them are critical to our economic survival and our national stability. So I think that when you look at AUKUS, yes, we're getting the first boat in 2032, and this is a program that goes out decades. But the strategic environment that we may face in the 2030s may be worse than the strategic environment that we face now. And so therefore we need to have that capability to be able to project impactfully as far forward as possible and effectively as possible.
The submarine rotational force operating in the West, that will be a stopgap measure though, won't it?
No, I don't believe so. I believe that in future there should be an East Coast base as well, and the US and the UK and maybe other partners will be able to rotate submarines that operate through these bases, and there'll be sustainment and other repair facilities available at these bases. So it's a huge attraction, I think, to any US administration. It's not just about the transfer to submarines; it's about having forward basing obviously we won't use the B word because this is Australia, but having forward places that you can operate from, which are also adding to the number of tenders and support facilities that these submarines need.
Yeah, no, perhaps I didn't explain or ask my question very well. The fact that we will have a submarine rotational force operating in the West gives us that regional, perhaps not us, but gives the US that regional capability in the shorter term whilst we're waiting for 2032.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Can I move now to the second element of my question, and that is the SSN AUKUS. Now, you know, reading between the lines in your submission, you seem to be sceptical and perhaps not without reason, particularly given recent reports out of the UK that the UK is having all sorts of problems with its nuclear propulsion designs and builds. Can you talk us through a bit more about that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look, I mean, we're talking 15 years out with SSN AUKUS, and we have no idea what the world is going to be like in 15 years' time. I mean, I think the strategic shocks that we've gone through in the last week have demonstrated that things are happening very rapidly. If indeed the UK is facing a much more serious threat from Russia along NATO's eastern frontier now, it has to prioritise funding in terms of what capabilities it needs to invest in to meet that threat. And it may be that it decides that it can't necessarily sustain the Royal Navy at the scale that it's at. It has to invest in air and land forces to meet that threat along NATO's eastern frontier. So you could potentially, in the short term, see a reduction in investment in shipbuilding. In the longer term, we have no idea what the UK will be doing in terms of its governance, its economy, its international diplomacy. And so I think that there is concern about whether the UK will be well positioned in 15 years' time to be able to meet its commitments under AUKUS Pillar 1. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that we should walk away from AUKUS Pillar 1 and the optimal pathway, but I do suggest that we should go forward with our eyes open and a willingness to consider alternatives if things start to go off track in the coming decade. Because if we continue to go down the optimal pathway, basically refusing to consider the possibility of a Plan B, as it relates to SSN AUKUS, I think we are taking a huge risk.
I might take a slightly different view again. I need to be careful because I have a British accent, but I think one of the narratives certainly I've heard from well-placed individuals is that one of the reasons that the optimal pathway focuses on a joint design with the British that will be obviously manufactured also here in Australia is that it wasn't possible to align with the Virginia or the next generation SSN in the US because the US industrial base is struggling so badly itself. So actually the Brits were seen as a better option for Australia. When we've had senior British people talking to AUSPI, there's a degree of bafflement that there's a sense that the Brits would ever walk away from this. They need it for their own security, and so they will build SSN AUKUS whether or not the Australians are in it or not. I think it is appropriate for Australia to look at its capability needs and to see how it would cover gaps if there are delays. The Congressional Research Service in the US, I think, has done some good work on this, talking about things that people like yourself, Malcolm, have talked like the B-21. But I don't think we should refer to it as a Plan B. I don't think Australia can walk away from another submarine deal and retain any credibility. I think it would be having the means to supplement it with overlapping capabilities.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I think that, as I said, I'm in favour of the optimal pathway. I'm in favour of Virginia's and also SSN AUKUS if it can be made to work. But I agree with what Alex is suggesting here, is that we ought to be able to have the flexibility and a willingness to look at additional capabilities that could mitigate risk. If, for example, SSN AUKUS is delayed, and usually with major defence projects, they're always delayed, or if they run over budget.
But given the length of the contracts too, you can't dismiss the likelihood of technological change being so accelerated as to need a different type of asset. I mean, it may well be. I mean, we're talking decades. then there might, you could see that whatever's foreshadowed and planned now, forecast for 25 years hence, could be very different within 5 years in terms of what could happen technologically and what's required.
In my submission, I talk about development of autonomous systems.
Which is exponentially changing in terms of capability, uncrewed assets, etc.
I don't see those as a replacement for crewed submarines, but I do see them as a complement to submarine capability as part of a networked undersea warfare capability. And also I would really emphasise, as I did in the submission, that in spite of technological change and evolution, I don't see the oceans becoming transparent. They'll become less opaque, and it will become more difficult for submarines and autonomous systems to function. But the undersea warfare environment is still going to be highly relevant operationally.
I'm keen to hear from either Alex or Robert or anyone there as to what they perceive to be the actual problems that have recently been reported about the submarine capability in the UK at the moment, particularly around nuclear propulsion.
Well, we publish a variety of views in AUSP's strategist platform. There's a former Navy officer whose surname is Briggs, I've forgotten his full name, who's written... Robert Briggs, Peter Briggs, who's written about this a few times recently. What I would say is I think these perspectives are based on the information that's in the public domain and is often selectively accessed. I mean, I think it is appropriate for the committee, if it has concerns about the delivery of AUKUS Pillar 1, to ask the British government, British Aerospace and other people involved in the delivery of AUKUS Pillar 1 to come in and assure them that things are okay. There is a review going on but led by Stephen Lovegrove, the former National Security Advisor in the UK at the moment, which presumably is written and will be put in some form into the public domain soon. So I'm confident the Australian government would have sight of that. I think it's appropriate for the committee to ask questions what's in it.
What dollar value has the Australian government invested into the the UK defence submarine capability?
I don't know the answer to that.
I could give you a figure, but I'm sure we could find out and get back to you on that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Now, I'm not sure. I believe Shane has had to leave. Meryl, are you still available? And Gavin Pearce, are you still available?
I'm still available, Chair, yes.
Okay. Were you in a position to ask a question, or would you...
Chair, I'm just picking up on the defence estate terms of reference in your submission, and you said that it's essential to ensure Australia's critical capabilities and infrastructure remain effective when they're most needed. You also stated that the priority and urgency of our northern bases and infrastructure was not reflected in the DAR and recommended that a separate budget program be established in future to align with Northern Australia. I'm just wondering, can you talk us through that and how you believe that establishing a separate program would benefit those northern base developments? I'm just particularly interested in your thinking on that.
So I wrote the response to defence estate and supply chains. I don't think I was talking, and maybe I might have written it wrong, but I wasn't talking about establishing a separate budget, but actually being more transparent about the budget breakdown for the defence estate. So what we saw over the last couple of years is that the annual report used to break down the expenditure of defence estate, the divestment of estate, and now it's all been wrapped up into outcome number 2. So they've said that outcome number 2 is achieving 80%, But outcome number 2 comprises 13 different programs, including nuclear submarines. So what is Defence Estate actually achieving? And like Malcolm said, in order last year to do the cost of defence report and to do this submission, it took some deep diving to go into the portfolio budget statement to compare that against the annual report, and then there were clear, discrepancies in what was forecasted and what actually happened. So I just feel that in terms of expenditure and divestment, and it comes back to the audit as well, that we need to be a lot more transparent. There are issues with the defence estate. There is a huge bucket of money that needs to be allocated to the North, to securing the North over the next 5 years. I think it was like 15.8 billion. But defence is no longer the preferred client of choice for construction industry. The timelines it takes to tender, the time that you get onto a panel, the short amount of contracts. So we need long-term contracts with suppliers, multi-year programs of work that could be concentrated, for example, in the Northern Territory, that would enable a Tier 1 or a Tier 2 construction contractor to invest in that region. At the moment, and I've said this before, is, our boots on the ground in 2035 are our primary school children today. And often they move away from rural and regional towns to go to university or to get employment. And at the end of the day, a private sector construction company is a business accountable with shareholders, and they can't pull down roots and help build that social infrastructure and that fabric without a longer term commitment from government. And we saw last year that Roberts & Co., who's a major construction company, closed down their defence business after 5 years of investment because they weren't getting that return from defence, those long, multi-year programs of work. And that company is 100% Australian owned, and they were willing to, to invest in Northern Australia and Western Australia. So I think some more transparency would be welcome. And I don't think it would compromise national security in providing that transparency with regards to the estate.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that.
Look, I just wanted to move on to something we touched on earlier but didn't really focus on, which is Pillar 2 of AUKUS. And other witnesses have spoken about the very significant potential and benefits that may flow from realising the ambitions of that pillar in terms of accessing and sharing and collaborating technologies with 2 other countries, and sharing it at a level that's never been accessible before. So I'll just really ask ASPI to reflect upon that pillar, what short-term and indeed medium, long-term benefits that may flow if we get it right. What are the real opportunities there? It's sort of the pillar that's not always talked about publicly, not understood fully, in the sort of in the amongst the public, but is seen as a key dimension to the trilateral arrangements. And if it goes well, what could it possibly deliver this country?
Well, I think the important point to start with is to note that China is ahead in most of the critical technology areas of Pillar 2. And in many cases have operationally deployed capabilities. For example, hypersonics. They are already operationally deploying hypersonic weapons. The US, Australia and the UK have yet to do so, and they're still struggling to develop these sorts of capabilities. So I think that in terms of how we deter a war with China, we need to be able to catch up to their capabilities in these critical technology areas. So advanced undersea warfare, artificial intelligence and autonomous systems, hypersonics, electronic warfare, cyber, and I think
quantum?
that was quantum. Always forget quantum. Yeah. And I think that if we don't, then they will have a technological and qualitative advantage over us. It has always been the way, traditionally, that Australia, because of its small size and its small size of its forces, relies on a technological edge to punch above its weight. We have lost that now to the Chinese, And in these critical technology areas, they have the potential to extend their advantage in qualitative and technological terms, not just over us, but also over the United States. So it actually makes a great deal of sense for Australia, the US and the UK, potentially also bringing in others like Japan or South Korea, to work in these critical technology areas and develop them as fast as we possibly can, on the assumption that we don't have decades to run this race. We maybe have 2 to 5 years. And I think that we have to do that with the recognition that the next war will see these critical technology areas as decisive capabilities in that war, in the same way, for example, that smart weapons and network command and control were so decisive in the Persian Gulf War of '91 and other wars subsequent to that. So we are talking about the notion of a revolution in military affairs. I think that in many respects the RMA was a bit premature back in the 90s. I think what we're seeing is the real RMA with autonomous systems, artificial intelligence, in particular, but also hypersonics, directed energy weapons and so forth. And I think that it's in our interest to work with the US and the UK and others to bring about progress in these technology areas.
So it's not just accessing, the capability, the sophistication of America. It's actually working together to elevate and increase our capability collectively.
We have to deploy these things operationally as actual military capabilities. It can't just be a science project.
Conceptual understanding.
I might add one or two points, if that's okay, Chair. So, I think if you apologise, we're going to spruik an AUSPI product, but the critical technology tracker that AUSPI produces, I think, has given us a degree of advanced warning on what the Chinese capabilities in particular, although the tracker looks at all countries, it covers Iran, Russia, others, what those capabilities will look like a couple of decades from now, when research that's being done and published today, highly impactful research, will translate through to those capabilities in a decade or two's time. And it's a very, very grim picture. And, I think if we had something like an AUSPI critical technology tracker a decade or two ago, we would have foreseen what's happened with AI, with DeepSeek. We would have foreseen that China was going to develop commanding positions in areas like 5G telecommunications. We would have had those strategic warnings. So I do think that it's necessary to read the runes, and that the tech tracker gets significantly more attention in US political circles than I see it getting in Australian circles, for instance. But on AUKUS itself, I think there's a somewhat artificial division between Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. The Pillar 2 technologies, I think one of the reasons those 6 were selected was because they are part of an ecosystem that's necessary to make AUKUS Pillar 1 survivable and lethal. And we don't have time to go through why each one of them is significant, but I think it's very important that Japan has been invited to help with the undersea autonomy component of AUKUS. Obviously, if Japan becomes a strategic partner if they win the tender for the general purpose frigate, then I think we're starting to develop a shared innovation and industrial base between a range of countries, not just the AUKUS 3 partners.
Yeah, that's critical. You see it even in military exercises in Northern Australia. I mean, when I first started as a member of Parliament 20 plus years ago, we'd go to the usual fantastic, remarkable military exercise, whether naval or army. And then I was just up in Darwin, 6 months ago, and there was like 7 different nations' personnel working together, and I'd never, the scale of it now and the amount of countries involved. And that's just an example of the collaboration that's increasing as a result of the urgency, which I think AUSPI is really underlining here, about what is needed. Andrew, would you have any further questions? Because I think we might be,
Yeah, I do, Chair.
Yeah, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Thanks. I really enjoyed your submissions in relation to AI, trusted autonomy and the laws of armed conflict, because this is an issue which arguably we are seeing being played out in the Middle East at the moment, in parts. So what concerns me is that we could find ourselves in a conflict with China or Russia where they don't necessarily play by the same rules as we would, and I'm particularly referring to the placement of a human being, pardon the vernacular, but inside the kill chain, and whereas China, Russia, other states may not necessarily abide by those same sort of rules that we might or that we would. How do we compete against that?
Look, you raise a fundamental challenge for us. As liberal democracies, we are required to observe discrimination, proportionality and necessity under jus in bello, laws of armed conflict. We cannot attack a target if it's going to cause civilian casualties. We will always be required to find an alternative approach to a military operation that minimises the risk of civilian casualties. The other side, the authoritarian states, have no such constraints. They can do what they like. When you add in things like AI to the mix and autonomous systems, the ability for them to exploit hyperwar, the ability to attack fast using artificial intelligence to manage a battle space, to use artificial intelligence in weapon systems themselves so that you remove the human from the loop, adds to that advantage, because they do not need to worry about discrimination, proportionality and necessity. They can just attack at will. So there is a real challenge there for us. We cannot, under any circumstances, ignore these laws. They can ignore these laws because there's no accountability either to their own population or to international legal and regulatory bodies. I think that the best we can do is try and develop autonomous systems in a way that neutralises their military capability or their military advantage. The approach that I think we need to take with both AI and autonomous systems is to exploit mass in warfare, to exploit low-cost, high-volume capabilities that basically give us, restore some of the quantitative balance on the battlefield and give us the ability to counter some of the threats that they can bring. Other aspects such as counter-hypersonics, directed energy weapons, cyber, electronic warfare, all can play a role in neutralising the sorts of threat capabilities that they have. And if we want to get into artificial intelligence, then we need to recognise that they may be willing to exploit AI, generative AI, or even artificial general intelligence faster and more ruthlessly than we can. We're going to be very hesitant about the trend towards eventual artificial general intelligence because of concerns about human control. They may not have that concern. So it's a good question. I can't give you an easy, straight solution.
I might add something. No, sorry.
Yeah, and so I think that it's a challenge that we face, and until we can actually start debating some of these issues, openly, we're always going to be struggling to find a solution.
We did, and Malcolm, I know you did most of the work on it. We did submit views on AI and international law in a previous submission to this committee. It may have even been the Defence Annual Report this time last year, so it's worth refreshing our memory on that. I recall you talking to the committee, Malcolm, about the difference between in the loop and on the loop, if I remember correctly. Yeah. I think some of these nuances about whether a human is actually required to pull the trigger as opposed to simply monitor what is going on throughout the AI process, some of these nuances really need to be better understood and incorporated into defence doctrine. I think what we can't do, and I agree with you, Malcolm, is we can't throw away international law, and I don't think it would be in our interest to do so. The agreement that the former President Biden made with Xi Jinping about making sure there is a human decision to deploy nuclear weapons, I think everybody would say that's quite important that those sorts of safeguards exist. I do think that we could be doing more to learn the lessons from Ukraine, where I think AI is being deployed on a day-to-day basis, and to see how it's being used effectively and where humans fit into the program. I also think it is a case for talking to Israel. Israel has deployed AI in its targeting decisions in Gaza. It's a controversial area, but there's been a degree of human oversight in most of those targeting decisions, as I understand it. We should actually have a means of learning from Israel what they've found out on the battlefield.
Unfortunately, we have too many live examples from which to draw from, if that's the only consolation, I guess. Are there any further questions of ASPI?
Yeah, just continuing that discussion around what what work is being done at an international level from a legal perspective around an international law or around laws of armed conflict to try and keep authoritarian states inside the tent from a legal perspective? What's being done in that regard?
Well, there are international...
Or is the horse bolted?
Look, there are international conferences and fora where these things are discussed on an ongoing basis, where they try and create, sort of regulations and norms of behaviour related to, human oversight. That's called on the loop versus human control in the loop. Unfortunately, I think there's no guarantee that our authoritarian adversaries will honour any international legal measures or norms. When war happens, they'll do what they wish. And I think that's not just about AI, it's about other aspects of warfare. Classic example, I'm a space policy analyst, so a classic example in space is that the 1967 Outer Space Treaty says you cannot put nuclear weapons in orbit. Well, guess what? The Russians are now developing a nuclear weapons-based anti-satellite capability that, if deployed, will be a direct and deliberate violation of the Outer Space Treaty that will rip it apart. And the Outer Space Treaty is the basis for space law. So in terms of AI and autonomous systems, I would fully expect China and Russia to ruthlessly use these capabilities well beyond the limits of norms of responsible behaviour and legal and regulatory measures at the outset of any war.
Do you think it's possible to increase the costs on China and Russia, the level of international scrutiny in a number of states that are expressing concern if that's where they're going to go? I think Australia has a good record of doing this in the past in areas like disarmament and non-proliferation in the 90s. In those sorts of times, Australia has set up working groups of countries that have subsequently had an effect on the multilateral system. I think making progress at the moment through the UN system is going to be very hard, but we want to avoid a situation where this is only discussed between the US and China or the US and Russia.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you for your time this afternoon. It really is important for us to get the expert advice that you bring to bear to these matters. So we appreciate your submission and your attendance and your ongoing efforts to critique, and I think in a really constructive way, what we could do better. As a country looking after our national security and looking after international stability and peace and security. So thanks again for your time, and I will now just adjourn the hearing. I think that's the last witness, is that right? That's right. And we'll reconvene another date. Thank you.
Thank you.